Once more, the first day of the rest of their lives. New commanding officer, but the same set of troops. There is a new man demanding that they deliver.
I absolutely dislike to lose. I think it doesn't take a lot to beat us. This is what I don't like.
Precious 3 points for Graham Potter in his first Premier League game in charge at Chelsea. Everton stinging the Blues.
It's no more than they've deserved at Stamford Bridge.
Blues say it all. The bridge is over troubled water.
Huge breaking news on Sunday night. Chelsea are parting ways with Graham Potter.
This is my club in terms of my playing career and having managed coach here before. I have a good understanding of the squad Chelsea fans want, and I'll do my utmost in this period coming to give them what they want.
What will happen when they meet this time? Liverpool-Arsenal ends the weekend. It is the final fixture of this game week, but there are lots to come before then. This weekend, Manchester United against Everton is the early kick-off before 6 simultaneous matches. Aston Villa against Nottingham Forest, Brentford v Newcastle, Fulham against West Ham, Leicester v Bournemouth, Spurs against Brighton and Wolves against Chelsea, with Frank Lampard back in charge. Sunday's other game sees Leeds host Crystal Palace. And we'll be previewing all of those games for the weekend in the company of Everton midfielder Izzy Christensen and journalist for The Athletic, Sam Lee. Good to see you both. It's just been, another standard week in the Premier League, hasn't it? Some mad stuff happening. Graham Potter has left Chelsea and Frank Lampard's back.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm delighted for Frank being back in the Premier League. He's obviously Everton, my club, for a short spell, and he's a really lovely guy, and I'm really happy to see him back at Chelsea, and it seems like a good fit for both parties.
Do you think it's going to work? Do you think it's going to work for him?
I think it'll work in the short term. Yeah, I really do. I think it's beneficial for both sides, and I just feel like the players at Chelsea just need a bit of a lift. And I
Something
feel like,
different.
Yeah.
And then Brendan Rodgers, of course, also parting ways with Leicester.
Yeah, they obviously got nervous. Yeah, because there'd obviously been a few different times when they could have sacked Rodgers earlier in the season, a couple of times maybe. And then you think, has he ridden it out? Are they going to go all the way? But it just gets that close to relegation now, 10 games left. A lot of teams have been acting. Obviously Nottingham Forest haven't, but a lot of others have, and especially in Leicester's position. With Chelsea, it's less obvious because they're not going to go down. They're not going to get Europe. There's the Champions League, but it's not huge. But with Leicester, you can't be getting relegated, especially with their kind of finances.
Do you think Rodgers will be relieved about the situation?
I think it's one of those situations where he comes out of it with a good reputation. Yeah. I think he'll get another Premier League job or a Monaco manager or something like that, something mad. But I think he'll get a good job. Whereas, sometimes if you get sacked by a Premier League club, it's really difficult to get back. I think he'll be all right. And in terms of relieved, I don't know about that, because obviously winning the FA Cup with them, and he must have thought earlier in the season he turned it around. Yeah. But I think he must know that he's going to get approaches. And I think in that situation, you'd probably think that could have gone worse.
Okay, well, yes, Frank Lampard is back, and his first assignment is to travel to Molineux to take on Wolves. We'll be hearing from Lampard in a minute, but first, Julian Lopetegui.
Maybe one of the best squad in the world, about the kind of players, top players in all the position, a lot of top players. But that's why, we of course, he's a new coach. We don't know he's going to change anything or not. But it is not under our control, so we have to put focus in our work, and not, of course, in the Lampard work.
I'm delighted to get that opportunity, and I want to be, I'm thankful for that, to the people that decided to give me that opportunity. I'm confident in myself. I have a good understanding of the squad. Of course, I've worked with a lot of them before, but also the training ground, the stadium, the fans, what Chelsea fans want, and I'll do my utmost in this period coming to give them what they want with my own hard work.
Frank's back. Did you see that coming?
No, definitely not, but I'm delighted for him. Got to know him briefly at Everton, my club, and he's a top guy, and I think, to me it seems like the perfect fit for both parties. I think for Frank back into management, And obviously he's got a kind of no pressure situation really to kind of steady the ship a little bit. And still, you could see him there in the press conference, he's smiling, like really happy. And I imagine that he's infecting everyone around the training ground with that energy, positive energy that the players will need at this moment, because the players will be feeling quite low, I reckon. So it's about getting the most out of that squad. And I feel like Frank might do a good job until the end of the season.
Was it the right decision to get rid of Graham Potter when they did?
If it's about timing, it's interesting because, you know, when they lost to Southampton at home a few weeks ago, I was like, if they've not got rid of him now, they're never going to get rid of him. Like, they will be true to their word and stick with him. And then, like I was saying earlier with the timing, like Leicester obviously felt that time pressure with Rodgers because they were like, well, we might get relegated. I was thinking with Chelsea, it's like, it can't really get much worse. You're not going to go down. Obviously, they must have been thinking about the Champions League as well. But you just think, you've given him so much time already. Okay, it's definitely not working now, but maybe it will do. I thought they would give him more. But obviously it got to that stage with knowing that they couldn't get a permanent manager in anyway. They were still going to do it. I saw a report earlier that they started speaking to Lampard maybe at the end of February, which is obviously shows they've definitely been thinking about it. But they obviously just got to the point where they thought, well, this is not just not working now, but never going to work. I don't know. I would have liked to see Potter given more time, just purely because I've always thought he was really good when he was at Brighton. This guy's going to go places and show that what all the hype's about, really. But it's been unfortunate for him because obviously De Zerbi's come in at Brighton and done amazing and taken them to the next level. And he's got his big break and gone backwards. But you know, we were talking about earlier, managers leaving with a good reputation. I don't think he's going to walk into another big job like Chelsea, but I still think there'll be plenty of teams who want him elsewhere.
To be given that trust in the first place at Chelsea after, you know, what he'd done at Brighton, it was fantastic. And I think that it was good that Chelsea gave him that much time to prove himself. And like Sam said, he was given that time, but it also gave the club time to see if it wasn't working. And they've acted, and they've probably acted with the view to assessing what managers are in the market now and also what managers are going to be in the market at the end of the season. And in the meantime, like I said, I think Lampard is and will do a fantastic job with that squad of players.
Do you think the Lampard temporary appointment makes sense then?
Given they decided that Potter had to go and they can't get who they would like in, I guess so. I think it's probably a better situation than at Spurs, where they just gave it to Stellini. It's like, well, these are going to be the same ideas, but with somebody who's not as kind of, not necessarily charismatic as Conte, but without the experience. That's like an uncomfortable halfway house that I don't see working. With this, yeah, there's definitely merit to it. And also the fact that Lampard got sacked during the pandemic, like when he goes back to Stamford Bridge, it's not going to be awkward. It's not going to be like there was fans booing him 2 years ago. That's now going to be like, oh yeah, well, you can almost, because it was behind closed doors, you can almost forget that happened. Bring him back in, and it's like, not so much all is forgiven, but just all is forgotten. Just carry on and try and do a good job. So with that in mind, that they obviously wanted to get rid of Potter, but they couldn't get in exactly who they wanted. Yes, makes sense. I don't know who else it would have been.
I thought Lampard's press conference was quite interesting as well, because he pointed out that he knows a lot of the players in the squad, but there's actually a lot of players he doesn't know as well, because they've spent 600 million in the last 2 transfer windows. It's an incredible amount of money on a lot of new players. So of the players that he does know, do we expect to see him sticking with the ones he knows? The likes of Mason Mount, for example, who recently hasn't been starting under Graham Potter. Could it benefit him?
Well, I think so, yeah, because as well, his future's been under speculation as well, Mason Mount. He's a top player, in my opinion. He's fantastic. And I just think that with the amount of changes and new signings that they've had at the club, bringing in another manager at this stage is just definitely not the right decision. And stabilising the ship with Frank Lampard, I think Mason Mount, Conor Gallagher, who I know Frank Lampard rates very highly, who was used under Graham Potter, and rightly so, because his impact when he's come off the bench, he's looked really good in my opinion. And I think what Frank Lampard needs to do is he probably maybe needs to drop some of the bigger players and then make them earn their spot again. You know, that's part of being a player, and you have to deal with that. And players haven't performed, and they've not performed under Potter. I mean, look at Kai Havertz, look at the chances that he had against Liverpool the other night, midweek. You know, if you're playing a number 9 role for Chelsea, you know, the Chelsea legends that you talk about, who played in that number 9, you've got to score goals. You've got to score goals, and if you don't, you need to be expected to be taken out of the team, and somebody else goes in, and then you earn your spot back again. So I think Frank Lampard will bring in stability, and he'll make some big decisions there, and I don't think he'll be afraid to do that, because he's in a non-pressurised situation.
Scoring goals is the issue for Chelsea. Since October the 19th, only Crystal Palace have scored fewer goals than Chelsea
in
the league. and they don't score many. So how's he going to address that? What's the answer? Because, I mean, Kai Havertz is their top scorer in the Premier League this season, and he's not even hit double figures.
I mean, Graham Potter tried everything, didn't he? It got to the stage where people would think, I mean, what can you do about that? Like, that kind of finish, what can you do? So Graham Potter tried everything tactically, moving things around. It's almost like, you know, the whole Chelsea gamble is, well, we're just going to try and get the bounce and the confidence back. And Izzy, you were saying about smiles on the training ground and that kind of thing. It's like, well, if all of a sudden you've got players going into game with not necessarily confidence but a better mood, maybe that helps. So if Lampard does make changes and bring in Raheem Sterling again, it's like, okay, well, this is my chance now. I've got to make it count. And you bring in anybody who's thinking with that mindset, maybe that's how it is. And it's not necessarily trying anything different on the pitch, but just a different attitude. And normally that is the first thing to change when the manager goes.
Yeah.
Because even, you know, teams with much less quality than Chelsea have got normally get that bounce. So I guess that, you know, just change the mentality around the place, because they've tried everything else.
You said he's in a no pressure situation at Chelsea. Sam's pointed out, you know, they're not going to go down this season.
This season.
There is a potential they could still get a European place if all results go in their favour, which is unlikely, but you never know. So what is his target? What do you think the owners will be saying to him to do? Is it purely Champions League? And if he wins it, surely he's got to be considered for the job permanently.
Well, that would be a different conversation, wouldn't it? I think that the target has to be succeeding in the Champions League. Whether that's winning it or not is a different question. But I think that he's got to bring in the players into the starting 11 who look hungry. And just looking at those clips just earlier, like, the players have not done Graham Potter any favours. Those chances, I mean, you'd expect those types of players to be finishing those chances, so it kind of tells me something wasn't quite right. And I think, being a player myself, you know that being around a training ground, you know, can be negative at times, but can be really positive, and it's reflective on how you play at the weekend, and then it goes on to the next week. And you've got to be happy, you've got to be smiling, you've got to be in a really good place mentally to be able to finish chances like that, because it's not easy to convert, especially in the Premier League, you know, big league. And I just feel like Frank Lampard, I think he'll do exactly what his job is.
English Midlands from the King Power Stadium. My name is Derek Ray, and with me for commentary is the former Arsenal and England fullback Lee Dixon. And it's all...
Back at home with the Kop behind them, can Liverpool stall Arsenal's relentless pursuit of the Premier League crown? Look who's back. Frank Lampard's remarkable return to the Chelsea dugout. His first assignment is a trip to Wolves. And then there's Tottenham, 5th place now and facing the tricky visit of a buoyant Brighton side hot on their heels.
Liverpool against Arsenal should be, always has been, surely will continue to be one of the premium games of the English season. It's Lucas Podolski scores for Arsenal. Cazorla, 2-0 Arsenal.
When Arsene Wenger's team took 3 points on Merseyside in 2012, few imagined that 11 years later Arsenal would still be waiting for their next Anfield win.
Raheem Sterling now for 5. Wijnaldum through the middle. Wijnaldum settles it. Salah. Sturridge! Welcome to the party. Bobby Firmino, hat-trick. Liverpool 5. Salah 3. And Minamino has crushed it in for Liverpool.
Vintage displays that feel like a distant memory, with a third of the Reds' disappointing total of 48 goals this season scored in just 2 extraordinary matches, most recently against Manchester United. Last month's defeat to Bournemouth was more in keeping with Liverpool's campaign than August's 9-0 thrashing. A heavy loss at the Etihad and stalemate at Chelsea have added to the club's fears of missing out completely on European qualification.
Confidence level is obviously not on highest level, so you cannot force it really, say, come on, be more confident. So that doesn't work. And in a home game, a massive boost, can be the crowd, obviously.
Perspective is required. Anfield remains no easy place to go. While Liverpool have fallen below their own high standards, Leeds United are the only Premier League team to have beaten them on their own patch.
It's Anfield, so we are at home, and we still have to show reaction after reaction after reaction. We have to and improvement, and that's what we will absolutely try on Sunday.
Day that Arsenal have twice led. Bukayo Saka puts them ahead again.
Last season's runners-up suffered at the Emirates in October, beaten by the odd goal in 5, when the Gunners were just starting to emerge as serious title contenders.
And it's in! Arsenal's message to Manchester City is catch us if you can. Saka finding Ødegaard, who can test Lloris again here, and he's brilliantly beaten him. Arsenal are in dreamland. And it's in for the Nketiah. Arsenal grab the winning goal, surely. Jorginho! Oh! Comeback complete in a thriller at the Villa. Extraordinary season for the Gunners. They've come up with another extraordinary moment. Xhaka! Arsenal advance again.
Alexander Zinchenko and Gabriel Jesus know what it takes to see the job through. The Brazilian netted twice against Leeds to mark his first league start since before the World Cup. A timely return to full fitness as Arsenal strive to keep the pair's former club Manchester City at bay.
He is the real example how hard you need to work every single day and with the right attitude. Of course, I'm so happy for him to be back on track, to score 2 goals at home. It's a big boost for him.
On the list of remaining fixtures, this weekend's looks one of the hardest. But the Gunners can rarely have had a better chance to reverse their decade of misfortune at Anfield.
We do enjoy it, we have to enjoy it, and we really need to embrace the moment and go for it. And the team is full of enthusiasm and positivity, and we know that we have a big challenge, but I think a big opportunity to go to Anfield and do something that we haven't done for many years.
Mikel Arteta was on the pitch for that win back in 2012, fighting tooth and nail to secure Arsenal's success. He'll expect the same of his tight-knit team as they aim for a milestone win that would suggest once more they're destined for a summer of celebration.
The boos say it all. Another Chelsea defeat, and again, the bridge is over troubled water.
And no life raft for Graham Potter. The coach's tenure started with 3 top-flight wins that saw Chelsea up in 4th place. The decline has been dramatic. 7 months, just 7 league victories, and the home loss to Aston Villa was the final straw. Potter was dismissed with the Blues sitting 11th. Cue the return of an icon.
Lampard! Oh, wow! That is an absolute beaut!
Former midfielder Frank Lampard, who was Blues boss 2 years ago, has been reappointed as caretaker manager until the end of the season. It's a phoenix-like recovery, as his troubled time at Everton can't have looked great on his CV. But the club's record goalscorer did lead Chelsea to a top 4 finish, and this much-loved club legend might be just the man to galvanise a disillusioned squad.
To come back in a time where the club have asked me to come and take the role, of course that's the most important thing, but also with a belief that I can come and help the cause in this period to the end of the season. So I'm delighted to get that opportunity, and I want to be, I'm thankful for that, to the people that have decided to give me that opportunity.
On Tuesday, Lampard watched from the stands, unable to fire up the side, who drew 0-0 with Liverpool, leaving Chelsea 14 points off the top 4.
In the short term, the immediate improvements will be baby steps, it would seem, for Chelsea.
The search for a third permanent head coach since the Todd Boehly and Clear Lake Capital takeover is underway. In the frame reportedly are Luis Enrique, Julian Nagelsmann, who's recently left Bayern Munich, and former Spurs boss Mauricio Pochettino. For now, though, steadying the ship and raising the players' morale seems key. Chelsea need to get more value out of their near £600 million transfer outlay, and Lampard is up for the challenge.
I'm confident in myself. I have a good understanding of the squad. Of course, I've worked with a lot of them before, but also the training ground, the stadium, the fans, what Chelsea fans want, and I'll do my utmost in this period coming to give them what they want with my own hard work.
Hard work is no guarantee. Julian Lopetegui's travails with Wolves since November have seen the club climb up the table, but survival remains far from assured. The Old Gold's biggest issue is their persistently blunt attack. They managed just a single shot on target against Nottingham Forest, one of the league's most porous defences. And overall this season they've scored only 23 times, with wins in even shorter supply. Lopetegui needs his Wolves to bite against the Blues.
It's not easy to find one better squad of that Chelsea. They have a lot of big players with a big quality in a lot of position and a lot of number of players. So we have to be ready for that. Each match is one challenge, each match is a chance, and looking always forward.
Captain Ruben Neves is suspended. That's a blow. But don't forget that at Molineux, Wolves have powered past Liverpool and beaten Spurs this calendar year.
9 games to go, and it's the first of 2 games we have at home, so it will be very important for us to do a good result, to have our fans with us, supporting us, and together we could do great things, yeah.
A critical 3 points at stake for the Old Gold, and a Blues old boy back in charge of Chelsea. The stage is set at Molineux.
It's Thilo Kehrer who takes it. It's a good one too, and West Ham take the lead!
Bottom of the table without a win in 4, Southampton's 11-season stay in the Premier League is under increasing threat. Defeat to fellow strugglers West Ham sapped the optimism taken from draws with Manchester United and Tottenham in March. Not the best time then to be facing Manchester City, with fixtures at Arsenal and Newcastle also on the horizon. A team that's had more managers than home league wins this season is still seeking the right formula and fighting against the clock.
We have to believe right to the very end. There's not so many games left, and vital points are available in each and every one. So I think I speak for the group when I say we all have that belief and mentality, and really hope we can.
The defending champions are on their longest winning league run of the season, 4 matches, and it's 7 successive victories in all competitions, with 27 goals scored. Pep Guardiola described the 4-1 demolition of Liverpool as almost perfect. Arsenal's 8-point advantage is not as comfortable as that sounds. Manchester City have a game in hand, and Erling Haaland getting ready to return from injury. A success at St Mary's would raise the stakes for the leaders ahead of Sunday's appearance at Anfield.
The weekend's curtain raiser is a Manchester-Merseyside match-up at Old Trafford. Manchester United ended their 3-game winless run thanks to Marcus Rashford's 15th goal of the campaign against Brentford in midweek. They're 4th, but need solid form to stay there.
You have to do it every game, and that means preparation, but it has to be the standard. You are playing for Manchester United, so there's a demand. So no but if, you have to do it. And that's a responsibility that the player has to deliver when you are playing for Manchester United, so you have to be accountable.
4 games unbeaten now for Everton. On Monday night, Michael Keane's late wonder strike secured a point against Spurs. Since Frank Lampard's January departure, Sean Dyche has led the club from 19th to 16th place, but with little to separate the bottom 9 teams, they can't rest on their laurels.
Old Trafford is a fortress, and United are on that big pitch as well. But yeah, we also have a challenge as well to improve our away record. So with each game that's away, we're trying to get as many points as we can. Of course, United's still United, still got many great players, but we're coming off the result against Tottenham. We're going in there with a bit of confidence, so hopefully we'll be able to get something there as well.
And maybe they will. The last 3 Premier League meetings at Old Trafford between these two teams have all ended in draws.
Nine games still to play, yet this weekend Brentford could equal the 46 points they finished on last May. A European push still possible despite dropping to 9th after Wednesday's narrow defeat at Old Trafford. Only the second time Thomas Frank's team had lost in the last 17 league outings, and at home they're unbeaten since September. Returning to London, they aim to pick themselves up and put Newcastle through their paces. A tough proposition.
What Newcastle have done, it's impressive, it's unbelievable. They came from almost, I think they were last in the table when Eddie Howe came in and struggled a lot, and now they are fighting for Champions League. So sometimes you have to give credit and applaud to the opponent.
It's been another sensational night in a sensational season for Newcastle United.
The Magpies proved far too strong for West Ham in midweek, climbing to 3rd with a 4th successive league win. If Eddie Howe was keeping a lid on his emotions, the same can't be said for the fans, thrilled by the thought of a long-awaited return to the Champions League. Howe's men put 5 past Brentford in October and are in full flight right now, just 10 games from making Tyneside dreams come true. There's nothing between the two top 4 Uniteds going into the weekend. Arsenal are 8 points clear at the summit but have played a game more than Manchester City. Only Southampton is sure to stay in the relegation zone this time around. 3 points cover the next 6 clubs, while Leeds and Crystal Palace can't afford to relax. Spurs are far from happy, out of the Champions League places seemingly lacking direction, as they host a buoyant Brighton, who believe they're on the brink of something big. Defeat at Selhurst Park spelt the end for Brendan Rodgers. Leicester City enjoyed some fantastic times during his 4 years in charge, including their FA Cup triumph in 2021. Since the World Cup, the mood has soured as the Foxes slumped back into the bottom 3. 8 points in 3 months means their poor form no longer looks like a blip. Time for a change, with a crunch match against Bournemouth looming, though there was no immediate uplift in midweek as City lost at Aston Villa.
I have to say, I thought the spirit in the team on Tuesday night in the game, although the result didn't go our way, I thought the spirit in the team was really clear to see. It's going to be a massive game, of course, we understand that, but there'll be no difference in the way we go around preparing for this game as we did on Tuesday night.
Here's Christie. Oh, good strike! And bundled in by Enrique!
Bournemouth are battling hard. 2 points better off than Leicester, but in the bottom 3 themselves. They made Brighton sweat at times in midweek before finally admitting defeat. Gary O'Neill's convinced they're continuing to make progress. Leicester wish they could say the same. Former Premier League winners in danger of going from champions to the Championship in the space of 7 years.
Tough times on the banks of the Thames. Fulham's defeat by relegation contenders Bournemouth extended their winless run to 4 matches. Against West Ham, they're without manager Marco Silva and forward Aleksandar Mitrovic after both were sent off in the FA Cup quarter-final. Following a review, Silva will miss 2 games, with Mitrovic's ban being extended to 8. That's a long time without their top striker. It seems they're rowing against the current, but the squad are eager to recover the form that saw them challenging for the European places.
Yeah, it's a lot of time, a lot of points to go, and the mentality in the group is good, very good. Everyone wants to work. We know that we did have bad results, and we're going to be going on again in the next game.
Across London, hold on to your hat. West Ham's form is as turbulent as it gets. 4-0 win, 4-0 defeat, 2 games of calm, and then a 5-1 thrashing by Newcastle. They're 15th, but outside the relegation zone on goal difference alone. Hardly encouraging given the ease with which the Magpies scored against them. David Moyes needs to batten down the hatches if the Hammers are to stay afloat.
Coming up on the rails in the European race, Aston Villa are rampant. A team that feared being dragged into a relegation battle has been transformed since Unai Emery took over. In the past week, returning from both Chelsea and Leicester with maximum points. After 5 wins in a 6-match unbeaten run, Emery's men are up to 7th.
We have to be very demanding, and as well we have to be very responsible about our words. And of course, be excited about the possibility to get better position in the table. But from here to the end of the season, we have to be consistent.
Nottingham Forest have spent the last few days mulling over a defeat by Leeds and trying to quash speculation about the future of the head coach who got them promoted.
It was always going to be a tough season. There was no hiding away from that and the circumstances that we've all had to work and play in. And we get into the part of the season now where there's even more scrutiny, and rightly so. We need to pick up more points than what we have done recently. We knew that anyway, and we've got to really commit to that now.
Above the bottom 3 on goal difference alone, Steve Cooper needs the team with the Premier League's worst away record to land their first win at Villa since 1994.
It's been a long few weeks at Tottenham Hotspur.
3rd minute of stoppage time. Can James Ward-Prowse win a point for Southampton? You bet he can! Antonio Conte's side threw it away.
It's time to change the situation if Tottenham wants to change. If they want to continue in this way, they can change manager, a lot of manager, but the situation cannot change, believe me. Thank you very much.
Christian Stellini and the former Spurs player Ryan Mason are in charge of Spurs until the end of the season. Their target is a top 4 finish. Here goes Kane, and he drills it home. 10-man Everton 0, Tottenham 1. Great challenge by Lucas Moura, and he's off. It's 10 against 10 to finish with. Keane has a go. Oh! Astonishing!
What a blow for Spurs, who could have found themselves in 3rd position.
Disarray, I've got to say. It's probably a good word to sum up Tottenham with what's been going on there. Losing the manager coming out and saying what he's saying, losing the director of football, having to look at new management coming in, and they've made a decision to go with Mason and Christian till the end of the season. I was a little bit surprised with that. I thought the fact that a new manager, a little bit of a bounce, and that might have just been the difference between them getting in the top 4, but it didn't happen.
We can fight for the 4th place, but also we deserve to find the way to be Tottenham and to play a football and that is strong in the taker, strong in the pressure, and strong with the ball. So we have to be complete.
Conte played 3 at the back, defensively 5 at the back. I think there's another system needs to be looked at for them to change during a game, or to actually start and see what happens, to see whether that gives them an advantage or not. Because at the moment, they're going into a back 5 and they're retreating too deep in the pitch. And even Kane comes back. Harry has to come back so deep. I just think a back 4, a little bit higher up the pitch, get a little bit more of a press on, and I think tactically that's I'm hoping that Stellini looks at.
Son onto his left, dangerous, and flicked in by Harry Kane. It was a hard-earned Tottenham victory, but Harry Kane scores against Brighton yet again.
Brighton is a massive game for Spurs. They've got to take these points from Brighton again so that they maintain that pressure on them and the other teams around there. They've got to go out and perform, and that puts a little bit of extra pressure on you. You don't want the crowd turning against them in any way, shape or form in that first half. If they haven't scored, or if Brighton put them on the back foot and go ahead, that will be a massive test for Tottenham.
Gross fizzes it in towards Enciso. It's still Enciso. He can wrap it up here. Such composure from Julio Enciso. And it takes Brighton even closer to the top 4 as they hunt a place in the Champions League next season.
to have Brighton in the Champions League would be some story, wouldn't it? But they're a team, if they do that, they deserve it because they play very attractive football. They're on the front foot. It's not defensive. It's what are we going to do with the ball? And they don't care who they're playing against. It's what we do with the ball. They're saying, how can we cause problems to our opponents? And that's whether they play Man City, Liverpool, Tottenham, whoever. And I think that you've got to tip your hat to that.
For us, it's another very important game, very difficult game. Tottenham is a team built to win the Premier League. And we know the difficulty of the game, but with humility, with our quality, we live to win the game.
A part of their success is that it's not on them. If they lose any game, it doesn't make big news. It might in their local paper down in Brighton and with their fans, but it's not big news, so they can go out and play their football freely, which is dangerous. They're a tough team to play against at the moment. They really are. So, for this weekend, Spurs have got to really play at a top level.
It's destination Old Trafford for the first match of the weekend. Third place Newcastle head to Brentford later. Leicester v Bournemouth is a real relegation dogfight. And then the second game on Sunday promises to be something special.
Liverpool, Arsenal. Fixture for heroes.
Fowler 3, Arsenal 0.
That is brilliant! Dagger to Arsenal hearts. Astonishing!
Mo Salah tearing them apart.
Chaka's had a hit! Wow! The game that never fails! A year-on-year certainty for goals!
Get ready for the latest edition.
The club. I'm also a very practical person, and when you become a manager, you understand that you don't manage your own club, the club that you say is your club forever. And obviously I've been on a different path since I left Chelsea. But to come back in a time where the club have asked me to come and take the role, of course that's the most important thing, but also with a belief that I can come and help the cause in this period to the end of the season. So I'm delighted to get that opportunity, and I want to be, I'm thankful for that, to the people that decided to give me that opportunity. I'm confident in myself. I have a good understanding of the squad. Of course, I've worked with a lot of them before, but also the training ground, the stadium, the fans, what Chelsea fans want, and I'll do my utmost in this period coming to give them what they want with my own hard work.
Have you been told that this is strictly until the end of the season, regardless of what happens on the pitch?
No, but I think the role and the explanation of my role speaks for itself and the period that I'm here for. So on that term, I'm not getting anywhere ahead of myself. I want to do the best possible role I can in a way that I can impact the club in the best way in this period, and after that we'll see what happens.
Because you'll be aware, obviously, Roberto Di Matteo, when he led the team to Champions League glory, he stayed on. Is that an incentive for you?
I don't think it's worth speaking about past moments. Roberto did an incredible job and stayed on. That's a different part of Chelsea's history, and for me, in simple terms, it won't be my decision as such. So again, I don't want to jump forward to that. I understand I'm probably going to get asked that question a lot and asked a series of questions. I've got my eyes wide open. I expect those questions. But the important thing for me is to kind of park that to the side and focus on the job in hand for me. And I'm very excited to do that, along with the staff that I will be working with and the players that I will be working with, because I was at the game on Tuesday night. I know there's a lot of talent in this squad, not just the players that played on Tuesday, but generally I'm excited to work with that talent and help them. And that's why I'm here.
And the two key areas, I suppose, how do you manage the fact that it is quite a big squad of players, and also maybe the goal scoring problems? Are those two areas in particular and somewhere you feel you can improve?
Well, yeah, I hope so. I mean, it's modern day football has big squads, and I understand that Chelsea might be at the top end of that. I remember being here before, and I had lots of difficult decisions of really good players and good people that you have to tell you're not involved this week. And part of the job is to try and manage that situation and make every player feel included Maybe in the beginning, going into this with it being a short term, that's a positive thing for me, because everyone can have a clean slate as such right now and show in training and show what they can do and be competitive in training, and a competitive nature that will then cross over to the pitch. That's the good thing about a squad. You push each other, and I'll try and manage that. In terms of the goal scoring, there's no genius answer for a coach to explain to you about scoring goals to a point. You can set up the structure of a team, work to get the team in a dominant area of the pitch a lot, and again we saw that against Liverpool, a lot of good chances. So all I'll be here is to work with repetition on the training ground, to work and speak in terms of speaking to the players. Fortunately, it was one of the parts of my game that was a big part of my game, and that's not me comparing anything, that's just understanding the mindset that it takes to be that aggressive, cold-hearted nature to want to score goals. And I know the players will have that. It's just a case of trying to direct that in the right way.
One player you played a key role in, I guess, developing, and he excelled in that time, was Mason Mount. Sorry. What have you made of his situation with the club at the moment? And I wonder how much influence can you have over such situations that could impact on the future of the football club?
I don't know enough about it to talk about it, and I think it'd probably be wrong for me to delve into anything other than Mason has always been a fantastic player for me, from my days at Derby, the impact he had there, to when I came back to Chelsea. And it's with absolute pleasure that I've watched him, amongst others that I coached in that period, in terms of, Reece James, people like Tammy Abraham and Tamori and others, if I missed them, to have gone on and either been huge players here or elsewhere. So that's great. But with Mason, I know he's had a few slight injury problems maybe, so I understand that. So the important thing with me to speak to him, find out where he's at. But I know what I get from Mason. So in that terms, I just want to see him perform on the pitch. And of course, we have a good relationship, so we'll talk a lot. I think he's a huge player for Chelsea and has been in his time here, so I look forward to talking to him more.
And what's your thought process for picking a team? Quite a tight turnaround, I guess, for the Wolves team?
Yeah, and I've been thinking about it a lot this morning, speaking to people that are going to be helping me to do this job. So I have my idea about where I want to go. And as I say, I watched the team, and credit to Bruno who took the team. I want to say credit to Graham Potter, who I don't know that well, but everything I see about him is a good man and a very good coach. And sometimes maybe for whatever reason things don't align, don't work, whatever. I've been in that situation personally. So there's nothing that I will do that will look backwards, other than things that can help us with a view to how we move forward. But I'll obviously have my own ideas.
Just finally, can you confirm your coaching staff?
I can't at this point, unfortunately.
Hey, Liv, PLP.
Hi, Frank.
Hi.
Just firstly, what is the target? It's obviously such a short period of time between now and the end of the season, 2 huge games against Real Madrid coming up. What is the target for you, for this team, for now until the end of the season?
I think to attempt to install the highest level of confidence I can with the group, for them to exert and show a level of passion of playing for Chelsea and an urgency and energy in their game. I think those are sort of like principles that I really want to talk to the players about. And in terms of targets, we want to win as many games as we can. It's the simplest answer you're going to get. It's more complicated than that. But at the same time, I think there are big games ahead of us, and every game is hard. Premier League's hard, Champions League, of course, is hard. But we have to have a belief in the players we have in this squad. I've got a huge belief in them from the outside, and I'll tell them that today. And so it's how can we take that in the right direction, and then of course we want to win games.
Obviously, when you got let go a couple of years ago, you sort of got Chelsea through the group stages of the Champions League and didn't get the chance to take them in the knockout stages. So do you feel like now this is your chance to have that experience of managing Chelsea in the knockout stages of the Champions League?
Well, it's certainly a chance with the 2 games we have coming up. I'm not naive. Real Madrid is a huge football club, of obviously the current Champions League winners. So a fantastic team. So I'm not going to sit here and make all these crazy talk about that, and then what might be in that difficult semi-final that maybe after that and a final, that's far away. And my job is to go step by step. But of course, having played a part and coached in the Champions League here for 2 years, the first year we were here where we got through the group and lost at Bayern Munich, the second year where we got through the group well, and of course I left and the club went on to a fantastic achievement. So those things are sort of in the past for me, but of course I'm excited to be in fighting in that competition again, because it's the best.
And you mentioned the fans and how important the fans are. Do you have a message for the Chelsea fans out there? Because I know obviously a lot of them will be very delighted that you're back at the club managing for a second time. So do you have a message for them?
Well, I'm very thankful for the ones that are delighted. If there are some that are not delighted, they can know that I will work my utmost to get the team to where I want it to be and give them a team that they're proud of. But I don't think I need, I don't want this to sound too casual, but I don't think I need to speak too much about my relationship with the Chelsea fans. I played here for 13 years, I coached here, I had a lot of incredible moments and some difficult moments, because that's football. But from the moment I joined this club many years ago, I can't remember the year almost, they've been a huge support to me, and I'm forever thankful for that. So if I can be here, if I can help this club, and we can come together and we can fill those days at Stamford Bridge and nights at Stamford Bridge and feel an energy in this period of the season, then that's what I'm here to try and do.
And just finally, I know it's obviously looking ahead because obviously you've got Wolves and Real Madrid before the Brighton game, but what's it going to be like for you again stepping out at Stamford Bridge there?
Really exciting, really exciting. I was there on Tuesday night, and it's the first time I've been back since I left the club previously. And it was for different reasons, but it was an amazing buzz to be back at Stamford Bridge. My seat will be slightly different against Brighton, but at the same time I can't take away the basic feeling of excitement inside for that, and I'll be very proud. I'm proud to manage this club. You know, it's something that I don't have to harp on about too much, but I look forward to the opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, move on to John, BBC.
Hi Frank, how are you?
Hi, good, thanks.
Can you explain how it all came about, when you got the phone call? Was it a surprise when you got the call?
Of course, a surprise in terms of, you know, you never know a decision the club is going to make. There's been lots of change in the Premier League this year, and of course you're aware of that. And I've been particularly enjoying my period of time at home. It's one of the things as a manager and coach where the game can be fluid at times, that when you get periods to be at home, you can really throw yourself into your family and my children and my wife, etc. And things I had to probably put to the side by being up in Everton for a year. So that was a surprise, because, you know, I've been pretty happy in that position. But when I spoke to Paul and Lawrence in the last 24 to 48 hours, and they put forward what this is now and what it's ended up being, it was obviously, for me, as I said in the beginning, a decision that was not simple. Chelsea Football Club can't be a simple decision. You have to take things into account personally, what it means to your heart and what it means to your head. But that decision I've obviously came to.
And you've obviously had some big challenges already in your managerial career, but how big a challenge is this one? Especially, you know, you've got 5 days, 6 days to try and prepare a team for Real Madrid.
Yeah, it's a big challenge, but aren't they all? You know, and that's not just my own world of, you know, coming to Chelsea at the first time with a lot of young players and the transfer ban, Everton, everyone saw. That's my story. Every manager will have that story. Everything's a challenge. We're seeing how the Premier League is, so I have complete sympathy for all managers that maybe lose jobs, move on, and also congratulations to managers that have success, because I know the work. So I'm ready just to put my work into this challenge that's in front of me and take it day by day. I've got a clear idea of what I want to do in this period. But the biggest thing for me now is to be able to speak to the players and to feel them out on the grass and try and impact them.
Are you surprised where Chelsea are at the moment, 11th in the Premier League, given that you've spoken about the squad and the quality that is in the squad?
I don't think football can surprise you really like that. Personally, I think because it's such a competitive league, I don't think it's my position to comment on the whys and hows that the club is where it is now. It's my position to try and find the right energy, the right results to try and move us into a more positive direction. Because this is Chelsea Football Club. We know we don't want to be in the 11th position, but the reality is that where we are, there's been change, there's been transition, there's been change in the squad. We have, I think there's mentioned before, a lot of talent in this squad. And it's very clear and very obvious, and you look at stories around the Premier League and its history, those things take a bit of time, you know, and everyone will try and work in the right direction. So I think some things have to be understandable, but some things you want to get there quickly because you want to work and make it show. So if I can play my part in that, then great.
Well, good luck, enjoy it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to have 2 more for this section, starting with Jerry Haters.
Frank.
Hi, Jerry.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Hand on heart, do you think, when you left 2 years ago, did you ever think you'd be back in that seat? And is there an element of unfinished business on your behalf?
I didn't think I'd never be in this seat. I'm a confident person. I want to work hard. I understand the game, and this club obviously I have a big connection with. But if I'm honest, it wasn't my thought one day I'll be back as Chelsea manager, because my job is to be as good a manager as I can be. I can't. It would be useless to sit there and think about what might be down the line. So it wasn't the first part of my mind. No, in terms of unfinished business, I don't quite see it like that. You know, I was here for that period of time. I look back on it with really good feelings about the positives, and when I reflected all the things, I think maybe I could have done that a little bit better. I think most managers will be the same. And now I'm here in a different period, a different era, and I just want to do as well as I can. So it doesn't, that unfinished business sounds a little bit Hollywood. You know, it's like you're looking for a great line. I want to work, you know, and of course I want to help this club as much as I can.
Okay, going to finish with Sam.
Hey Frank.
Hi Sam, how are you?
I'm good. I just wondered, because you were a player when interims came in, like Roberto and Gus, and they made a big impact. Have you learned? Is there anything you can take from what you experienced as a player from them that you can tell the players yourself as a coach now that you're an interim too, that will help?
Yeah, maybe, because I think I've got real fond and good memories of both the managers you mentioned, and we had some more, I think, but in terms of the success that I personally felt under Robbie, which is obviously the Champions League, I saw how he affected the group. And the personal relationships that he had, and obviously the football instincts that he had, and in Gus's own way, similarly, he had great personal touch, he had a great football brain. So those little things that I remember from those periods, of course, I would try and affect them, because this is a job that's in hand, it's in front of me now, and so I'll be stupid to not rely on some things that obviously I felt were good, but I also have to do the things that I think are right now. So, you know, both together.
And I know you talk about targets, you can't talk too much, but in terms of the league, how important could it be for Chelsea to be in European football, even though it's not, top four is obviously probably out of the question, but the lesser competitions, I think you played in the Europa League, for example.
It's really important, but at the same time we're in this situation now where we would all love to get there, but the reality is we have to win games to give ourselves a fighting chance of being there.
Yeah.
So I really don't want to go there at this point. But I understand your point, because Chelsea has a history of being in Europe. But at the same time here, as I mentioned, whatever challenges there have been this season, I'm not here to talk about them. I'm here to go, what maximum impact can I have from now until the end of the season? And of course, I could set high bars for myself now. They will be useless.
Hello. Good morning. Good afternoon, good evening, good night, good whatever time it is in your location. God is good all the time. Smile, say hi to people. It doesn't cost anything. Just be cool. Okay? Thank you so much for stopping by. We are here for the almighty Blues against the Wolves. The lineup is going to come out in a little bit, 11 minutes to go. So feel free to call us and have your say. This is your channel. It's not my channel. The channel is for the people. And that's why we always provide this line here. So you can call us for free and have your say. So we're going to be here for hours. 2 hours or more than that. Until the end of the game. So if you can come here and help me. Help me handle this. I will appreciate that. And don't forget that the like button is for free and the sub button is for free. It's gonna take you just 1 second. If you want this small channel to grow, you can just give us a like. Thank you so much. God bless you. All right, people. So anybody, if you are home, you can just say hi and give me some feedbacks, right? Yesterday, actually, I had a show that nobody could hear me, but people were watching me for some reason. The microphone was gone. Everything was horrible until like hours later, and somebody is like, your microphone doesn't sound good at all. I'm like, I've been here all this time. Nobody want to say anything. Don't feel bad telling me the truth if something is wrong or something that you don't like or something that you want me to change. I am not gonna block you. I don't block people. People come here every single day to attack me, to insult me. That is football. You know what I mean? So if you have something to tell me, just tell me, man. Just be a man, okay? Be a man. Tell me, okay, I don't like this kind of background. I don't like the music. I don't like this and this. Can you try this and that? So we can improve. You know, I'm not like a guy with a lot of egos who don't listen to people. So I would appreciate, first of all, you to tell me, like, now I need somebody, like, before anything, before even if you say hi, just tell me if the microphone is working good, is my background music is too loud, because I can't tell, I can't see anything. I just depend on you to tell me. So all right, it is what it is. We are almost 20 people right now watching. So I hope one of you guys is gonna spend 1 second to give me feedbacks before we continue. Thank you so much. All right, let me go here. Arsenal for life is coming just to celebrate his title, Premier League winner. Thank you so much. We're gonna be here celebrating in May with you. Congratulations. Been a while. 20 years without a title is a long time. So I understand. There are some kids who were born who never saw Arsenal lift a big trophy beside the Mickey Mouse Cup that they won in an empty stadium at Wembley a few years ago. That doesn't count, you know what I mean? So that's the way it is. Mr. CLI said that they're working good. Yeah, that's what I wanted to hear from people. From your side, it might be working good, and from other locations, maybe not. But let's wait until somebody says something. So we are here for football. Bam. Here we are again. So we have so many games today. Manchester United against Everton. The last time I checked, it was like 1-0 to United. I have to refresh my stream because I'm not focusing really. I have a lot of stuff to do, but I will show you right now. And then Aston Villa, Forest, Brentford against Newcastle United, Fulham against West Ham, Leicester against Bournemouth, Spurs against Brighton, Wolves against Chelsea, and Southampton against Manchester City. And tomorrow we have 2 games, but we're going to have time to talk about the 2 games tomorrow. One final between Arsenal and Liverpool away at Anfield Stadium. So that we're going to have time for that. But today we have so many games to talk about. So feel free to join us and have your say on the games today as we still waiting for the lineup. I think Sam, the guy on social media, on Twitter, he always like have the lineup before everybody else because he got maybe his uncle, a journalist somewhere, linking some news inside the press room over there, because they give them the lineup like 30 minutes or an hour ago, and they tell them not to publish anything until 1 hour before the kickoff. But some people, you know, it's social media now, some people are just not honest enough. They created a lot of accounts, you know, like faceless account, so somebody can so they are leaking information to those accounts, you know. Mr. Olamide.
Yeah, brother, good afternoon.
Yes, good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, and you?
Good. What do you have to say?
I
haven't seen you since Lampard is back, so what is your agenda on him?
Oh, as for me, on Lampard, I don't have any agenda. because the best thing that happened to me was to happen to us this season is that we got Potter sacked at the end of the day after you selling Potter to me that we're gonna make this thing. This is what we are doing there. Everything, I told you at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So, but as it's not work,
I can even sell you Big Sam.
I'm happy about that. So, I want to see Lampard using proper number 9 so that we can win matches.
Me, I can sell you even Harry Maguire. When Harry Maguire joined Chelsea, bro, I am not gonna jump to the popular opinion copy paste and start insulting and threatening his family. I'm gonna support him. That's me. That's how I do stuff. You play for my team, you coach my team, I'm gonna support you because at the end of the day, I don't make decisions. So people don't get it like properly. They don't get it. They think, I am in charge of sacking and hiring managers. But yeah, I hope I had that one because the first person to get sacked from this club is gonna be official Olamide. I'm gonna sack you. I'm gonna fire you from this club. Me, you give me that charge, I am going to start sacking even fans. If you don't listen to me, you talk too much on social media, you are fired.
You are fired.
So me, bro, don't even try to make me buy this club because I will be sacking fans.
Yeah, I think what I see about this thing is that I think the board, they made the right decision, you see, because when Frank Lampard was in Chelsea, I think he wasn't having enough time to prove himself. I know, everyone has their own mistakes, but Chelsea, when he got the players he went on the second season, they don't give him enough time so that at least he can understand the situation or the system of they can understand him. He can understand himself with the players. But I think maybe but I have this.
Okay, let me just update something here.
Okay.
Conor Gallagher is starting according to those link accounts. Aubameyang is in the squad but not starting. Mason Mount is out, apparently injured. But I think that injury is just diplomatic. I think it's continue with the owner. There is something about the contract that they don't want to play him. So it has nothing to do with Frank Lampard. This is just diplomatic, in my opinion. Who else? Yeah, that is about it. So Conor Gallagher is going to start. Let's wait and see what's going to happen. If we don't win, it's going to be Conor
who is
Gallagher.
Going to sit on bench who is going to be on bench for Conor Gallagher to play? Is it N'Golo Kante who is going to be?
I don't know. N'Golo Kante is coming from an injury, so let's wait and see if that is a kind of giving him. Let's see what's going to happen the first half, and we have.
I wish all the best, though. I wish all the best. But
listen, like I always tell people, it's always a lose-lose situation for any manager, unless if your name is Jose Mourinho or Thomas Tuchel. Anybody else, you're gonna face, or you are a foreigner coach. Anybody else is gonna have to face critics. It's a lose-lose situation. No matter who's gonna be there, somebody is gonna complain. So we have just to give it the benefit of the doubt and see what's gonna happen at the end of the day.
Exactly. As for me, I'm having these positive feelings about Frank Lampard, but we'll wait and see what will happen. He has only 11 months.
Start apparently. Those are just like non-official, but in 1 minute now, I'm gonna cut you off even if you are talking, because if the lineup is there, I'm not being rude, but I have to report what is happening. So if I see something update it immediately, and then we're gonna try to jump to the news immediately. Let me double check if the news is already there. Chelsea, bam. Not yet, but In one, what time is? Yeah, it's gonna be in 1 minute. Yeah, go on, man. Go on.
So I'm having these positive feelings because when you check our team, when you look at our team, we have these players who can do better, who can play, who can win something for us. You can't tell me that we are having this kind of squad and we can't even make it to top 4.
Yeah, it's too late now. Mathematically, we can't make it.
For the top 4, I know that it's very late now, but I know we can still do something. Real Madrid are not.
Here we go. We have the lineup here: Kepa in goal, Reece James, Wesley Fofana, Koulibaly, Cucurella, Enzo Fernandez, Kovacic, Gallagher, Joao Felix, Havertz, Sterling. And on the bench, we have Mendy, Chilwell, of course, Badiashile, Chalobah, Loftus-Cheek, Denis Zakaria, Modric, Pulisic, Aubameyang.
But is N'Golo Kante not on bench?
No, I don't see Kante here, unless if I don't see it properly. Let me put it bigger on the screen. I don't see N'Golo Kante. I think people been just very cautious about N'Golo Kante, you know. You don't wanna. I don't see N'Golo Kante even on the bench here. No. Yeah, I put it big in another screen because the screen I have here is like tiny. Yeah, I don't see N'Golo Kante even on the bench, and Mason Mount apparently is injured, but that injury has been there for 2-3 months, you know. Always injury, but I think it's just diplomatic. The owners don't want the manager to play him because of the contract. But this is stupid, you know. This is very stupid because you keep on paying him money. Anyways.
As for Mason Mount, what is it called, contracts? I don't know why. What has the guy did to deserve this kind of treat from Chelsea? He's one of our best player so far since he became Chelsea players. But I don't know why. Sometimes they will make some decision which I will say, okay, why are they doing this? Why? They will give some what is it called? Some players some contract which you don't think they worth that, but the player you think, oh, this person is the future of the team. This person is a very good player for the team. Now to give them contract, it will be, I don't know what are they doing exactly, or are they eye on something? Because there was a time they were saying, okay, even N'Golo Kante, like they want to terminate his contract, they want him to go or something like that. I was like, wow, what's up? What is wrong with these people? Even when N'Golo Kante is like, let's say, I'm not even saying 20% fit. If N'Golo Kante is 20% fit, it's better than Jorginho fully fit, 100% fit. How can you say you want to let N'Golo Kante? It will be like a punch on us. I don't know what those people, what they are doing before they take decision. I don't know whether they used to take some substance which is higher than their knowledge. I think the best thing for them to do is to allow Mason Mount do his things. For me, my advice to him, if they don't want him to, then I think he should look forward to somewhere where he can enjoy his football.
Yeah, he's gonna go
because
for Liverpool.
His career is is along the line, so he should try and get a better team that can play him. See Hudson-Odoi is enjoying himself at Bayer Leverkusen. Abraham at Roma. That is how we lose players. Then we end up buying them with big money, chasing them up. I don't know what's wrong with Chelsea though. Well, we don't take decisions, so there is nothing we can do about it. But I wish them all the best.
Okay, people, so you can join us. The link being provided there for everybody to call. Don't feel bad. Just join us. Click on that link and let go. So I am trying to post to fix something here, and I'll be with you. So what is your score prediction? How do you see this game today?
My score prediction, I think I'll go 3-1 for Chelsea. And my scorers are maybe Raheem Sterling. Him starting. I think Raheem Sterling will score a goal. And another one from maybe Joao Felix and maybe someone else who come from bench or something. We'll concede a goal, I know that, because Kepa Arrizabalaga, he always do that for us. He always do give away of goal. So I think we'll concede maybe one goal. I think one goal, we'll concede one goal, but we are winning this match. I have the feelings.
All right, so let's see here. David said that, how are you, long time brother? I'm here every single day, my brother. You've been gone and not me. I'm here for hours and hours and hours every single day. Nice to see you, Mr. David Gambi. Mr. People's Republic said that he told me that Mr. Gallagher will start, and here we are. He start. Mr. Machoka said that Kai is doing more than a striker, but we should rest Kante for Madrid. Okay. All right. I respect that. Kante. Kante. I think if Frank Lampard really wanna do good in the Champions League, but we have to win game by game, because for me today is a final for him. If he loses today, it's gonna just bring that toxicity and I told you so and agendas and insult and family treating and all that today. You know how Chelsea are. We don't support the team, we support individuals, and we hate certain individuals and certain nationalities. So it's all over the place. You can say Arsenal are the worst fans in the world, blah blah, because they are acting on AFTV and all that. But Chelsea really are gonna get on you. Like a simple disagreement between fans is gonna bring to all kind of insult and all kind of evil involved. So today he needs to win. He needs to win. The first game is very important. Let's wait and see what's gonna happen. So join us, people, and don't forget to like. This channel is still very small, only like 80 people to go until we get to 1,000 subs in this channel. If you haven't subscribed yet, you are missing out on some great stuff every single day here. Let's do it, man. The first win for Super Frankie today. Let's do it. So let me remind you guys what is happening here. What is the starting 11 for Chelsea Football Club? Kepa Abragadabra in goal. Reece James, Wesley Fofana, Kalidou Koulibaly, Marco Correa, Enzo Fernandez, Kovacic, Gallagher, Joao Felix, Havertz, and Sterling. Mendy is on the bench. Chilwell is on the bench. Badiashile, Chalobah, Ruben, Zakaria, Modric, Pulisic, and Aubameyang is back here again. I just don't get it, because we have Badiashile, who is one of the best in the business, and he's not in the Champions League. I can understand if he was in the Champions League and you wanna save him, but what are you saving him for? So I don't know. I'm a little confused on this one. I think Badiashile was supposed really to play in the place of Marco Correa. So my brother, do you think that Frank Lampard now going 3 at the back or 4 at the back? What is your formation here according to the lineup that you see right now? Tell me, explain to me.
Yeah, what I'm saying is I think he's going 4 at the back. I don't think he's going 3 at the back, because Reece James and what is it called? Cucurella will be the right the wing back, and Koulibaly and who again? I think Fofana,
Wesley
right?
Fofana, Koulibaly, centre backs,
So
and full backs are gonna
those,
be Reece James and
I
Marco
think he's
Correa.
playing. I think he's playing 4-3-3. It's not
Okay,
playing
4-3-3.
3.
All right, that makes sense. In the midfield, now we're gonna have Conor Gallagher with a lot of energy, probably to sit back or what. Enzo Fernandez, the maestro himself, and who is the next the midfielder there? I think probably 4-2-3-1, something like that.
So.
Huh? What do you think?
Because
do you think who is the ex? Oh, Kovacic. Oh yeah, look.
Kovacic is there, right?
Kovacic is there. Gallagher is there, and Enzo. Yeah. I
So
see what you mean. 4-3-3.
4-3-3.
Yeah. So midfield 3 of Enzo, Kovacic, and Gallagher, and three men in front. I don't know how they're gonna share. Oh, I like when they switch during the game to confuse the opposition. Like, I don't want to have like a proper target man because we don't have a target man here. Exactly. So they have to switch between Joao Felix, Havertz, and Sterling.
One thing about those players, most especially Joao Felix and what is it called, Kai Havertz, they are fantastic players. They are very good players. But one thing about them is, I think their lack of discipline.
Okay.
They are not because I think they see themselves always there. Once you see yourself, whether good or bad, you play the next match. Whether good or bad, you play the next match. I think that is what their problem. I think Frank Lampard should let those two guys know their worth.
You know, he said that everybody got a clean slate. This is a new manager. This is man on a mission for 2 months. We have to give a chance. But I think he's been very clear with everybody. Like, I'm not here to play games. I'm here to win games because I'm playing for my future too. So Lampard is not coming here to develop anybody or come here.
Because he's there to advertise himself. If he does better, I think the team can retain him.
Yeah, he's gonna go back into the market and go manage Crystal Palace or something like that next season. I would love to see him at Crystal Palace so he can stay in London, and we're good. When you win us the Champions League, you say goodbye. Everybody loves you. Goodbye in good terms this time, and that is going to be good. So yeah, let me read some comment from other brothers on YouTube here. Silva said that Pulisic is better up front compared to Havertz. I respect your opinion. Gallagher, I don't understand. According to Finn, I know that if we lose today, it's gonna be Gallagher. So Lampard had just taken over from Pora Misery. He's doing even worse. Well, he hasn't even played one game and he's already doing worse. Wow. That is genius there. This guy is really a genius. Mr. Machoka said that, so today Oba might get some minutes. I think Frank Lampard wants to create momentum for the Champions League. That's why Badiashile is on the bench. Yeah, that makes sense, but you also have to think about injuries. Thiago Silva is not there, and if somebody like Koulibaly got injured, and then you have hard time in the Champions League, you know what I mean? Because Badiashile is not there. But probably I was going to start with Badiashile and then give Koulibaly probably 30 minutes just to warm up and get ready for the Champions League. But I don't know, man. All these theories and narrative, if we win, you know, we're gonna forget about it, right? But if we don't win, we're gonna come back here and ask for him to get sacked today. Sack him. You know, it's always a lose-lose situation, like I said. So let's wait and see what's gonna happen. Ben on the bench. You go Ben Chilwell. We all know that he's injury prone and he's a very, very important in the Chelsea system, in the Frank Lampard system. And I think Lampard is thinking also about the game next week in the Champions League. So I don't see anything wrong. Just because you are on the bench, it doesn't mean that he hate anybody. It's 25 or 30 or 100 players at Chelsea right now. He can't please everybody. This is the team. We have to win as a team. So no matter who is going to be there, we need just to win today. Stop complaining. You know what I mean?
You know one thing. If the team is good, no matter how poor the player is, at least they will back him up. So like it won't show that the player is not a good player, no matter how poor he is. Some players are just there just to do the what is it called? Just to do the just their normal running and things. In order to disturb the opponent, they are not there to do anything, just to disturb the opponent from getting the ball and to run up and down for your team. Because when the team is good, your mistake will not fail. But when the team is totally poor, everyone, no matter how good you are, your effort all are zero. So I think Gallagher, me too, I want to say, why? But I think maybe Frank Lampard don't know what he's doing. So.
Yeah, like I said, he can't win. You can't win as a manager. All you have to do is to try to win. When you win in reality, it's gonna cool down a little bit, because there are so many so-called Chelsea fans who are waiting right now for him to fail, so they can continue to say, "I told you so. I was right. Look at this Englishman." And all the blah, blah, blah. But hey, me, I don't care about individuals. I care about Chelsea Football Club. I don't want to lose just to make my point. This is Chelsea. People come and go. So that's the way I see it. But many people don't see it that way. Let me choose. See. Stream y'all. Okay, let me fix something very quickly on the screen if you can see it. My Twitter, bam. Alright, fixing stuff right now on the screen, if you allow me to do so. Okay, bam, bam, bam. So as you can tell here, the boys are. I don't want to hear the boys try everything. Or the boy.
You know what? You know one thing that surprised me was when Potter got sacked and the assistant he come to say the same thing. I said, "Is this our new national anthem?" The boys try everything. The boys did their best. Oh no!
It's just,
so it was.
That is the way that immediately he lost the job by saying that. Immediately the job was over when he said the boys tried everything. It was over. I was like, yeah, man, get him out.
Get him out.
Get him out right now. This is his cousin. That was like Pora's cousin. The boys tried to give everything. I'm like, yeah, man.
It's like maybe like we are still. It look as the Graham Potter was not sacked, as if he's still the one coaching us.
Yeah,
exactly. Because
even just when he said that, I was like, yeah, it's over, man. It's over for me. Get him out.
But Frank Lampard coming back to Chelsea is a great one. So
yeah,
and that remind me, there is, you see, this place that I normally watch football. I'm around that area right now because I come to see one of my friends. So I think that is the place I'm going to watch the football. There was this old man that he is a Frank Lampard fan. Anytime I went to watch football at the same sports center with him, the man, he don't normally let us hear what. If Chelsea are winning, you hear Super Frankie Lampard, Super, an old man, a very old man.
Yeah, he's like a
we don't hear the commentary, we don't hear anything, only his voice.
Only his voice yelling at Super Frankie.
Super shout, Super. today I want to see how the man will act today.
Okay, so you're going to watch the game with them outside, right? Like in the pub or somewhere?
Yeah, that is how we used to do. We, in Africa, we watch
together.
We can have I can have DSTV at home. As a football fan, watching it alone at home is some kind boring. So
it's kind of boring if you're watching yourself. I agree with you. Let me greet some other brothers that just joined us, Mr. People's Republic and Mr. Anthony Mulenga. All right, People's Champion. Let's go.
Good afternoon, people.
Yes, can you hear me? Did you see the issue we had last night about the microphone and stuff? Today, people told me that it's working good. So
that's perfect. I've been listening for 1 hour, so it's been very good.
Good. Bring your agenda. What do you have against Frank Lampard for the lineup?
I think Frank Lampard must be sacked at halftime.
Okay.
I think he must be sacked at halftime. This is a very cowardly lineup. This is a very defensive. He's scared to lose. You can see he's scared to lose. I think he's learned from the past.
What if he scored 3 goals? What are you gonna say at the end?
He's not going to score 3 goals. This is Chelsea. Come on, grow up. He's not going to throw 3 goals. He's scared. He knows.
How do you know this is defensive when you have all the offensive players there? And you don't even have a Badiashile. You don't have Kante. How can you call this 4-3-3 defensive? Tell me. Explain to us how this is defensive.
Who are offensive players in the team? There's got 3 offensive players. All the rest are defenders.
Enzo is not. Enzo, it depends. Enzo is not. Gallagher, you can push him. He was scoring for fun at Crystal Palace. And even at Chelsea, you give him the license. What people don't understand is playing 3 at the back or playing defensive players doesn't mean that you are defensive. You can be offensive by playing 3 at the back, like 5 at the back, as some people will call it, depending on your instruction and your game plan. So let's wait before you jump to he's scared of losing. Probably give him a chance and let's see what's going to happen at the end of the game.
I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen in this game.
Huh?
Hang on, let me finish very quickly.
Yes.
What will happen in this game? You will see Chelsea. They will dominate the midfield. They will dominate in counter-attacks. They'll come to the edge of the box, and then the brain freezes. They don't know what to do, and then you'll be back to default settings. The same old Potter ball or whatever you call it.
Listen, you are just waiting for us to lose so you can make a point. We're going to come back to you. We know you. We know you, but when we win 3 here, it's gonna be because Wolves are weak and they are not good enough, and credit is gonna go to Wolves if we smash them today, not to France. So we know who you are, Mr. Anthony. Mr. Anthony, are you there? Anthony Mulenga.
Yes. How are you, sir?
Yes, your network is very, very slow. What's going on? You have some issues with your connection. Yeah, go very, very quickly. What do you have to say, brother? No, we can't hear you. Unfortunately, we can't hear you. Disconnect yourself and come back. Aziz, let's go.
Oh, I don't have anything to say right now about Frank Lampard. I hope the team wins because Lampard was not my ideal kind of coach.
Olamide, please mute yourself. Olamide, mute yourself. We can hear echoes coming from you. Yeah, go, Aziz.
Lampard was not my kind of coach. And it's that time these boys, if they have any sympathy in them, if they have any pride in them, it's that time they need to deliver. I'm not even worried. I'm not evil because you're saying Lampard is only going to be here for 2 months. I pray so. But if these boys have any dignity in them,
so you are preparing us to believe that if we do anything until the end of the season, it's gonna be because of the boys gave everything and not Lampard. Because you said Lampard is not your boy, so probably we do something now. It's gonna be They have some kind of pride and they did it themselves, right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's just, I'll give you another example.
Yeah.
Why is it that people are not always saying, Di Matteo was the one that won the Champions League, but people are always saying it was the boys that gave it up. A lot of people.
They don't represent everybody, because I give credit to anybody that coaches, because you have to pick the team, you have to face all the injuries, you have to face the John Terry's suspension, you have to have the gut to call a 19 years old from the academy to play the first game with the first team in the Champions League final. So somebody need to make decisions no matter what the narrative is. So me, I'm not one of those people who always try to sabotage people's career point. I still give Di Matteo credit because he was there. He was making changes. He took the gut to take Didier Drogba out and put Fernando Torres in when we are playing 10 against 11. And how can you take Drogba? Because he was tired, he had the gut. How can you take the king Drogba out and put Flop Torres? And Flop Torres ended up by scoring that goal, the second goal against Barcelona. So if you're going to continue the narrative about he didn't do anything, and then you just have bad faith. You just not, you don't love God. If you're going to make those kind of theory, you don't love God. Because he did it. Yeah.
I didn't say Di Matteo didn't win us the Champions. I said majority of people.
Yeah. That is right. Many people on social media, they say that. Yeah.
Majority, I'm quoting what people are saying. But with Frank Lampard, my issue with him. I never regard him as a world-class coach or even a good manager. I just regard him as a coach. Yeah. Just come and do your job 2 months and get out. And with the lineup, who is in defense? Fofana,
Koulibaly. There is no Badiashile, and that people are gonna smash him if we lose today. No Badiashile. So let me remind you, Kepa Abracadabra in goal. You wanted to see him, I know. When we were doing our lineup here, you said Kepa. Reece James is there. Wesley Fofana, Koulibaly, and Cucurella. Enzo Fernandez, Kovacic, and Gallagher in the midfield 3, and 3 in front of Joao Felix, Kai Havertz, Raheem Sterling. Bench, we have Mendy, Chilwell, Badiashile, Chalobah, Ruben, Zakaria, Modric, Pulisic, and Aubameyang is finally in the squad. So you have also to think about next week, Champions League. That's why some people need to be benched so they can be fresh. And like I said, it's gonna be always a lose-lose situation, because somebody is gonna complain about why or why not. That's the way it is.
Like I said, it's time we give this player, the strikers, a chance. Because one thing I'll praise Lampard today. I'll give Lampard his due respect. At least notice you have to use your strikers, regardless the form of your strikers. They're always still going to be a striker. They know when to move, when to sniff a goal. You understand? They have that striker instinct. Kayava don't have it. You get what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you say that. That's right.
Times that Kayava is meant to move, he's always going to be delaying. That's what you need from your striker.
And he's not a striker, by the way. Yeah.
You feel me? I know Aubameyang has his own issues, but he's still a striker.
Just him being back on the, in the squad is good, but he hasn't played like for 3 months. Forever the guy hasn't played, so don't expect him to come immediately from that frozen period and be on the starting 11. I think he's gonna bring Aubameyang in the second half so he can build his match fitness slowly and surely. So I understand. And Kai Havertz today, I'm not sure he's gonna play as a striker. There are 3 of them. They will be switching positions during the game, the way Frank Lampard loves to do it, and you will see that it's gonna be a very good animation today. Let's give the guy a chance.
Yeah, and you know what's so funny? About Chelsea, right? I don't know. Yeah. I don't know why can't coaches try Raheem Sterling as a false 9.
No. Okay. Thomas Tuchel tried him as a false 9.
He was bagging goals. He was our highest goal scorer.
He's got 3 goals so far since he joined Chelsea. Only 3. So there is many goals. As a false 9, I don't know. He scored 1 in the Champions League. I think even under I don't know. I don't know.
Under Thomas Tuchel, he had already scored 4 goals.
4 goals? I don't know. I have to double check. But anyways,
he scored 2 against Leicester as a false 9. He scored against Southampton as a false 9. Who did he even score again before Thomas Tuchel left? Because
the problem we have with that at Chelsea is like, I have an interview on my channel, The Green Turf, that they ask Raheem Sterling what is his position. He said, I am a winger, but if the manager wants me to help, I can do it. So basically saying, hey, play me from my position, but if you want me to be there, you're not going to be yourself playing from the position you don't feel comfortable. And Raheem Sterling misses a lot of goals. Let not kid ourselves. Well, I will come back to you, Aziz. Henry, Gordon, are you there? Henry, unmute yourself. Hello, Mr. Henry.
Hey, guys.
Yes.
Guys, good morning, evening, afternoon.
Good evening, sir.
Well, the lineup so far, I think my problem is, Diego Costa hasn't scored, for a long time. And, against Chelsea, everybody who hasn't scored for a long time will try their luck. That's why he's there. So they want him to
score against
Chelsea.
They want him
to do the John McGinn thing and others. So. But I think those guys, the lineup is good for me. This team has quality to do anything that they can do. They can do anything. Whoever plays can do anything spectacular. So I just want to see. I don't want to see that kind of football where, you know how they do. They play the first 10 minutes. They are all pumped up, and then after it starts going down the drain. So that's what I don't want to see. So. Hopefully, I trust them to perform better today. They have a legend on the sidelines, backing orders at them, so they will do something.
Yeah, for some reason they brought Diego Costa people to play against us, and they're just showing him in the tunnel with Frank Lampard having a joke. So hopefully he flops today. I want him to succeed. But I don't want him to score against Chelsea, Diego Costa. Otherwise, So
exactly.
That's
because we've been a charity at the bridge, and everybody comes try their luck, and they get it.
Yeah.
People don't hear us at the bridge anymore.
Oh man, come on.
But I trust them. They'll do something. I trust them to do something today. I don't know. I don't want to predict scores, brother.
We're gonna beat them 3-1. 3-1 for me.
Okay. I suspect we'll win, but I don't want to predict because we've had high blood so much this season. It's a dead season already, but I don't want to predict. But I know they'll perform well.
All right, Mr. People Republic, what's going on with Mr. Mason Mount? Do you really believe in the PR stuff about his injury? Do you think really he's injured?
Sometimes before a player is sold for big money, they'll keep him fresh. They'll avoid him from getting injured. They'll make sure that they can get the top price, because there's no point in selling damaged goods. Then you won't get the top dollar. So it could be that with 1 year left of his contract, they made a deal with whoever's going to buy him for 50, 60 million. And they're keeping him still sort of like out of danger, or he could be actually injured because his dad is now in charge. So why was his dad not choose him? So it's
because the dad don't have power, because even Porter didn't have power. It's tactics, negotiation tactics. Don't play him. The instructions are coming from upstairs. Because the guy trained every single day very, very well, and all of a sudden he's injured. Just the way they told us about Aubameyang. Always, he got a knock. He got something. But look at him today. So there are certain things that they can't say right now, and tell people the truth, what's going on. Aziz, why Mason Mount is not there? Aziz is feeding his dog or walking his dog outside. Henry.
Hey, no, sorry. Oh, okay. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear.
To be honest, I'm not. I'm one of Mr. Man's critics of his form this season. I said his form has dropped so far. But I'm one of his critics, but I'm not criticizing or abusing. I've never been a fan of abusing or slandering Mr. Mount. I'm only talking about his form on the field. And maybe the reason he wasn't on the field, it could be from management. He doesn't want to sign, so don't give him the contract. You see where I'm coming from?
Yes, sir.
And because if somebody is demanding for this amount of money,
it's not about the money.
No. Let's just assume. We don't know the amount, but let's assume he's demanding for this amount of money. Prove it on the pitch. Prove it in the training. Do you get where I'm coming from?
You can't prove it when you are home. When you are sit home or sit on the bench all the time. You can only prove or improve if you play games. That's how football works.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's how football works. But during the times he has been given the chance to play this season, he has been
you're talking about like 1,000 years ago. Let me know.
I'm not talking about let's say, don't let us be this Mason Mount fan wagon. He has been shit this season. Everybody in that team has been shit this season.
Everybody, but we focus on Mason Mount, right? Yeah.
Everybody. I'm just let's get out from this. Because he's a Chelsea boy, he was born and bred in Chelsea. Not everybody's going to be a Kevin De Bruyne. Not like I said it to you that last time. Not everybody's going to be a Mohamed Salah. Mason Mount has not proven to me this season he demands that amount of money. Even Simon on TalkSport, they even talked about it there. What has he done this season to demand that amount of money?
Hello, brothers.
Yeah.
Please, I'm sorry. I will leave you people right now because I'm going to the cinema to watch the match.
Oh, you're going to watch the match with? Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Enjoy.
so
You are in Ghana, right?
Yeah, I'm in Ghana.
All right. So enjoy your game and come back because we have another show after here.
I'll come back.
Come with your agenda against Lampard and Gallagher so we can fight here.
let's see.
I'm here to punch you back, bro. Don't worry. I'm here to defend them. Defend my boys. Okay? All right. Enjoy your time watching with your friend somewhere. Yeah, sometimes it's so boring to watch the game alone, right? You have to go in a pub and watch the game. Anyways, Mr.
Can I bit of input to Mr. Aziz there?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Aziz, he has a very good point, and I think because you were talking about the contract negotiations, and sometimes you have, if in negotiations people have leverage. So maybe in Mason Mount, if you notice, his form has dipped before the negotiations start, and it's maybe kind of like a blackmail to make sure that he gets a new contract for whatever money he wants. I don't know any numbers, but it could be that it's part of the negotiation. When the moment he signs, you watch him, suddenly his form improves and he's like the old Mason Mount. Or if you don't sign and you go to another team, then you'll still see the old Mason Mount, the one we know and love, and then we'll be sitting here crying, why did we let him go? So I think Mr. Aziz is right.
Okay, well, he's right, yeah, in his own little world. Aziz is coming here to punch me, and I always punch him back. Mason Mount is gonna prove you guys, you lot out there, that he is the guy. Okay, I want him really to move and go to Liverpool because that is the ultimate coach to develop him and put him in the next level. And people are pointing out the money because that is the narrative. That is just so you can make him look like he's evil and he's demanding too much. But if you go to the context behind it, you will see that the money being added there just to find something to hit him with. Who is good this season? We've been struggling as a team. Mason Mount been out for more than 2 months. We're still struggling without him. Yeah, you can call everybody crap, but everybody deserves the money. But only we emphasize on Mason Mount. What he has done this season. Who has done anything this season? Joao Felix, what he's doing to deserve the money that he's on, and 20 million we paid for 6 months. So when you start going there, you take all their passport away, you put them. Mason Mount from Portugal, you change his name, immediately the narrative changes. That's the problem I have with these people here. The money is just a piece of garbage that people put that price tag that he's demanding this so they can continue the narrative. He's not demanding 300k. Come on. And even if he demanded that money, what Raheem Sterling has done to Chelsea to deserve 350k a week. Lukaku still getting part of his salary from Chelsea, 350k a week. What he has done to Chelsea his entire life to deserve that kind of money. But the kid who been there since the age of 6, won everything in the kid level and in the senior level. You're telling me, oh, just because this season he been crap and then let him go or don't give him anything? That has nothing to do with football anymore, because nobody's gonna complain about the money Joao Felix is on or Raheem Sterling is on. By everybody been crap this season, let's be honest, as a team. So you are playing with a bad coach, bad system, bad team. You're going to look also bad. If everything improves, everybody is going to look okay. So that's the way it is. But context and common sense do not apply when it comes to certain players at Chelsea Football Club, especially if you are English and you are from the academy. Fact. Nobody is going to complain about anybody else. They are all perfect. But it is what it is. Mr. Gordon.
I'm surprised. Sorry, ask your question.
Yes, go. No, I'm done. I forgot. Old men here need coffee. Yeah.
I'm surprised that Mount is not in the lineup, but I because as soon as Lampard came in, I was thinking, okay, we'll start seeing Mount again, or maybe he'll agree to sign this contract with. I expect to see him play. Maybe introduce in the second half. I want to see him play. I want to see him improve. I mean, he's not different than Havertz, who want to score with the hand of God. And that's just me talking. I would sell Havertz before I sell Mount. Anytime. But again, I don't own the club.
Yeah, he's not even on the bench. He's not, apparently, right. He's injured. He's been injured always, but they show him every single training session, even under Pora.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
On the match day, he's injured, just like Aubameyang.
Yeah.
So this is the difference. I think Aubameyang had a personal issue with the coaching staff, but Mason Mount is about the contract. The instructions are coming from upstairs, because Aubameyang is back now on the bench, and Mount is excluded. Yeah, he's excluded entirely from the first team. So yeah, that has nothing to do with injury, man. This is just diplomatic injury. Yeah, let's make him injured. So it is what it is. 15 minutes almost to go, and we're gonna witness the greatest football that you haven't enjoyed for the last 2 years. Today is the beginning of tiki-taka and beating people for fun. People, be there. Be there. Football is back. Football is back again. We're gonna start enjoying
Let's see
football
what
now.
Lampard can do. But when Lampard was here in his previous stint, his team scored goals more than Potter did.
But he can't defend, though.
That's
he
the
can't
only
defend.
that's the only. Well, that's the only positive that I'm looking for. His team scored goals. This team, I don't know. I think any.
The only issue.
Any manager that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only issue I have with
the
Frank.
only issue?
I have with Frank Lampard today is Badiashile. I don't know why people don't give Badiashile a chance. He's not in the Champions League, so there is no reason why he should be on the bench. I think Cucurella should just be away and then prepare because he's in the Champions League and give Badiashile a chance because I think he's more defensive. He got the height, he got the power to deal with Diego Costa. Imagine Diego Costa running at somebody like Cucurella. Lord have mercy, right?
That's true. I
don't know. That is the only issue that I have today with Frank Lampard. But other than that, listen, man, it's a lose-lose situation anyways. Let's just wait until the end before we come here and start another bandwagon agenda. Let's just win the game. That's what I want to see today.
That's true. And also to add to your issue is that if now they are not playing Badiashile, he hasn't played in some games now, and if he plays and then doesn't perform and then we blame him, we forget that you don't play him week in, week out like when he started.
Yeah, that was also another very good point. He lost his rhythm. He lost his rhythm because training is completely different than playing normal games. Training is just training. So yeah, that is a very good point. Oh my goodness me, man.
Well, brothers, I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave now so I can...
come back at halftime when we are leading 3-0. Come to say hi to us. So I can tell you that I told you so. I told you so. I'm a genius. All right, man. Thank you so much. If we lose, you're going to come again.
I'm going to be backing at my blue army here.
Yeah, and then come with your hammer to hit me in the back. Come with your hammer. All right, man. Thank you so much. And come back at halftime or at the end of the game. We're gonna be here for hours and hours. Don't worry. You wanna go make your popcorn quickly to watch the game? Do it because I'm still here. I will be here, brother. You go here, you find me here for hours supporting Super Frankie and Conor Gallagher. Aziz is gonna punch me in the face, really. If Aziz sees me saying that, he's gonna punch me. Yeah, go man, go on.
I'm saying if the unthinkable happens and Chelsea loses, oh my God, this channel is gonna go berserk.
Yeah. I'm gonna get punched from every angle, right? Why you support this guy? Yeah, especially Aziz. He's gonna come here. He's gonna bring his gun. He lives in America, right? So he got like those rifle at his home.
Hey.
He's gonna come and gun me down here. I told you, I don't trust this.
You blame you for something you didn't do. Exactly.
Aziz is gonna come punch me in the face. I'm telling you right now.
I'm a fan. I've seen my club won stuff. Even if we do not win, at least we competing with other teams, the big teams. I want to make one statement. I looked at the season Man U were winning the league. Man U were only beating us to win the league with 6 points, 4 points, 5 points. And I'm like, when did this thing drop off at Chelsea? Like, I've seen us win stuff, almost win stuff. Like, I'm a passionate fan. So I'm sure we all have the right to vent our anger. It's not like an upcoming team like Newcastle that they've not won anything. You understand? In recent years. You feel me? I'm a passionate fan. Like, we've won 19 trophies or 20 trophies in 21 years or so. I'm a passionate fan. Like, I demand more from my team. Look at Liverpool and Chelsea. At this time of this season, we've already dropped more like 45 points. To show you how bad we are.
Yeah, we are really bad. Yeah.
We dropped 45 points.
Yeah, we are really crap, but as a team, we are really bad. But the problem with you sometimes is you just focus on those individuals that you don't like to begin with. So every blame need to go to them instead of 11 players on the pitch. You're gonna just pinpoint somebody and start your agenda. That's the
problem. My agenda started with Graham Potter because I knew I was one of the first people to see the flaw in Graham Potter before coming to Chelsea. I saw that flaw. I knew it. I told you, Mr. Hose, I said, bet it with me. This man is not going to last at Chelsea. Remember the friendly debate we had. I said this man is not going to last at Chelsea. He's too nice. Thirdly, he doesn't have the prestige to coach a big team. Potter should have started from Leicester to Tottenham, then come to Chelsea. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
not just jump from a Brighton to Chelsea.
Yeah.
People are trying to make assessments about Arteta. One thing, Arsenal has improved, but as Arsenal won the league, they've not won. We don't know what can happen from now to the ending of the season. They've not won the league yet. Secondly, Arteta had mentors. He had Wenger as a mentor. He coached on. He was the assistant under Pep Guardiola. For Christ's sake, this guy and he was sometimes when Pep Guardiola was not in the team at Man City, he was the one coaching the team. So this man has already seen the blueprint. What has this coach done?
Yeah, you're all right.
That's my problem with Lampard too. I don't have any agenda against them. I love Lampard as a player, but as a manager, jumping from one ship to a bigger ship was too much. You have to start from the bottom. Even Pep Guardiola started from Barcelona Team B. He learned from Mourinho and what's this British coach that coached Barcelona a long time ago in 1990s. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
What's his name? The one who died.
Brain frozen. These guys, they learned, Mourinho to all of them, they learned from bottom. You just don't jump ship. That's the mistake we coaches of this generation and even people generally are having. Just jump ship thinking you can do it. Not everybody's going to be a Zidane. Even Zidane was coaching a Real Madrid Team B.
Yeah. All right.
He became an assistant before he became a coach.
Mr. Aziz.
Yes, sir.
You forget the history of Chelsea. We've had 2 times where we've had player coaches. Remember, we had Vialli and we had Ruud Gullit.
Yeah. We had Vialli and Gullit. Recipes.
And they won title. They won trophies. They won
trophies because this is just painful. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm a dedicated Chelsea fan. I demand at least if we don't win the league, at least top 4.
Yeah.
Back season, top 4.
All right, sir. All right. So we got your point. People, get in the comment. I'll be here. I think my brothers will go to watch the game with families, and they will come back at some point during, I don't know, halftime. I'll be here. You want me? You just shoot me a message. Come back here. We're gonna be here until we celebrate and I prove this guy Aziz wrong and say I told you so. Come here, back me because I can't deal with this guy. So, all right. How many minutes still left for the? Yeah, you wanted to say something, Mr. Republic?
I want to make a funny joke. These players are lucky I'm not more in England. If I was still in England, God knows what I would have done in the pitch. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah, and you go to jail and you don't get your way back to the US. Yeah, you're going to have a felony for no reason, bro. Those people are millionaires. And you're gonna go to jail and your background is gonna damage just because of football. Come on, bro. Yeah.
Mr. Oz, you know how soccer unites a nation. Soccer unites so many people in this world. Like,
yeah.
I'll give you an example. Like my country, Nigeria, soccer unites all of us together, all the tribes together.
Ivory Coast also Didier Drogba in the world.
Yeah, so this is what soccer has done in so many lives. My mom doesn't watch football before. My mom started watching Chelsea because of me.
That you are being like a dictator. Well, how can you force your mother to like Chelsea because of you? you really.
My children now are Chelsea fans. Like, I've bought Chelsea mattress, bought everything for these boys to. I make sure this is the team you're gonna watch. This is the team I grew up watching with my dad.
Yeah, children today, they're going to follow Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi and Mbappe. Yeah, that's the problem we have. The next generation of fans are going to be fans of individuals and follow them everywhere. just like LeBron James. So, I see people changing from, Cleveland to LA, Lakers and all that. So people, 5 minutes to go. Don't forget to like and subscribe. As you can tell here, we accept all kind of opinion. We don't have to agree. You see me fighting with People's Republic here, punching him. He punches me in the face back. That's what football is all about.
I never punch people. Come on. Come on.
So
by the way,
he's bringing his agenda. Yeah, go.
Your boy, Rashford, he went off injured, the poor guy.
Rashford?
Yeah.
For Manchester United?
They won 2-0. You said they were going to lose, but they won 2-0.
No, I didn't say that. I said they're going to draw. I say it's going to be 1-1.
Okay, so that's right, 1-1. But I said United would win. But he went off injured, so I don't know what that means for their top 4 chances if they don't have them for the rest of the season. So that is.
How bad is that? Did he seem like a bad injury, or he walked
like a hamstring?
Hamstring?
He looked like a hamstring. He was holding his back of it.
Hamstring, minimum 3 weeks. I don't know.
3 weeks. Okay.
Minimum. I tell you what. Yeah, I've been there. I had a hamstring in my life before.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I just saw he's holding the back of his leg, the back of his thigh, so which means probably hamstring. So it's he walked off, but he was like very dodgy walking, So that is.
Oh, probably as a precaution, they didn't want to take a risk. I don't know. I'm just speculating that. But Martial is back. Martial is back, so that is a good one. And they have Eriksen. Eriksen is back, so they should be fine.
Martial is one of those players. When you see him, you know that guy has talent like crazy, but it just seems like he's lazy.
And injury prone too. He got injured a lot. Yeah.
Yes, but he's just never. You just know. You can see it. You feel it. That this guy's got quality, but he never seems to produce it.
Yeah, you're right. Because you know what? Back in the day when he was in Monaco, I was discussing with my uncles and whatever, because some of them live there in Monaco, and they were telling me that this guy is gonna be like the next Ballon d'Or. So I jumped to the bandwagon, and that's why even Monaco, Manchester United has a clause that if Martial win the Ballon d'Or, and they're gonna get more money and stuff. So I jumped in the bandwagon. At a certain point, I wanted to Chelsea, please go for Martial, because I got influenced by people who think that he is the best thing that never happened to the French, to French football. But I don't know. Hey, he just never reached his potential. You're right. He looks like lazy. His body language. He doesn't smile. It just do look like he's not interested. But what a talent. What a talent that guy is, Anthony Martial. What
a waste.
So
maybe he was maybe a little bit overweight as well. Maybe a little bit overweight. Too much, just a little bit too much muscle. Sometimes this could be a disadvantage if you're a striker. Sometimes you need to be a bit lean so you can run fast and you avoid injuries. Maybe that's part of it as well.
Yeah, sometimes don't put a lot of muscle. Ask Lukaku, he would tell you that.
Oh, here we go again, Lukaku shit.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off, but look at Martial. When Mourinho came to the team, Mourinho criticized him of his dedication and laziness. That's when they clashed. Mourinho didn't use him. That's when Mourinho started using Rashford on the left. Mourinho criticized his laziness because you can be a good striker. You can be a good striker if you are not dedicating your work ethic, even on the pitch.
Yeah.
You can be lazy in training. Look at people like Tevez. I watched an interview with Ferdinand. He said Tevez is lazy in training, but on the pitch he gives you 110. Look at Mikel said about Eden Hazard. Eden Hazard is the most laziest Chelsea player even Mourinho said it, but on the pitch, he knows what these guys can do. But Martial, on the other hand, he had issues with his girlfriend. He had issues with Ibrahimovic coming in, taking his jersey. So many complications. Laziness, everything just getting injured,
Yeah.
and everything. Sometimes it's not about the name; it's about dedication. Look at Hazard today. Hazard took that laziness attitude to Madrid.
Yeah,
Look at him today.
he's paying the price of laziness because, yeah, there is nothing. There is so far you can go with talent only. Talent only is not enough. You have to put dedication and hard work because you're gonna start paying for it by injuries as you know your age goes. You think that you are the best in the world because you can do everything naturally, but you don't put work. And you go to McDonald's every time. Look at Hazard today; it just caught up with him, just like Ronaldinho, right? They never reach the top of the top where they belong, when they deserve. That's the difference between Cristiano Ronaldo, Messi, and other lazy players. People, the game is about to start. Yeah, you wanted to say something, Mr. People Republic?
No, I was saying that you're so spot on with that analysis there. That is 100% spot on. That.
All right, the game just started. Yeah.
The God gives you some kind of talent, and it's up to you to do the rest.
Yeah.
You know, you've got to work hard. It doesn't just you can't just sit and expect things to fall out of the sky by themselves. You have to dedication, training, whatever to improve. But if you just think that okay, I don't really need to work, then yeah.
Then you're gonna pay for it. Okay, the game just started. Gentlemen, come back at halftime. We have to let people listen and watch what I have to offer on the screen. And if you have time, and you come at halftime, all right?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. See you, man. Okay, people, enjoy the game. I will be back. I will be here. If you want me to come and take your call, you just comment down below. But I have to leave you with everything from the stadium so you can enjoy with me together. I have people at home, so I have to watch with them. But we are here. We are around, and we're gonna take your calls just in case you need us. Don't worry about it. We're still here. Come on, Super Frankie. Come on. Yeah, Super Frankie Lampard.
For Wesley Fofana, and he is upended by Lemina, who is trying to track back. So the first foul of the match has been committed by Mario Lemina, and Enzo Fernandez takes the free kick short to get us back underway. Mateo Kovacic wider to Cucurella with the unmistakable shaggy hair. Koulibaly and Fofana get a couple of more touches. They lay it back to Kepa Arrizabalaga. Forward, Chelsea try to come through Koulibaly. Forward to Joao Felix. They've released Conor Gallagher through the middle. Out wider is Raheem Sterling, operating on the right wing at the moment. He tries a cross. It's a poor one. Turned away very comfortably by Max Kilman. And the ball goes out of play on the near touchline as the camera looks at it. And Reece James has taken the throw to Sterling. Sterling gets past a couple. Tries another cross. This one's deflected out for a corner. Last touch coming off Totti Gomez. And the first corner of the afternoon, just the second minute of the game. And it looks like Reece James is going to be the one to take it. Lively start from Raheem Sterling. And Havertz, Felix in there, of course. Koulibaly up from the back. It is going to be Reece James to take it. Over it comes. It doesn't beat the first man. Headed out to Enzo Fernandez. He lays it back out wide to Reece James. James with the cross. Oh, it's dangerous. And it was Diego Costa who deflected it, and it could have gone anywhere. And in fact, it still flashed across the 6-yard box, and it just managed to evade a couple of the on-rushing Chelsea attackers. It just about managed to evade everyone. In the end, it's the touch off the knee of Diego Costa was very timely because it took it away from Raheem Sterling, but on another day that could have just flowed into his own goal. Over comes the corner, a couple of players down, and the ball headed up into the air by Fofana. It's easily gathered by the goalkeeper Jose Sarr, and then they try a quick counter-attack, but it doesn't work out, and Chelsea with Conor Gallagher wide on the right-hand side are instantly able to put pressure on the Wolverhampton box once again, but they're not going to do it like that because the ball's been played over the top to Conor Gallagher, but it's been overhit, and it's just seen out of play by Totti, who then allows Jose Sarr to take the goal kick and relieve plenty of danger on the Wolves goal in these early exchanges. 3 minutes gone at Molineux, 0-0 between Wolverhampton Wanderers and Chelsea. Jose Sarr takes his goal kick long out to the left wing where he's looking for Costa, but he loses out to Reece James. Played over the top by Felix for the run of Havertz. It's not going to reach him. Kilman is there quite comfortably ahead of him. He plays it to Dawson. Dawson up to Semedo. Semedo just checks back infield and then passes back 10 yards to Dawson, who in turn plays it to his goalkeeper. Now Max Kilman with a little bit of space to move into. Over the top he goes, looking for the run of Diego Costa, but he's never going to beat Wesley Fofana for pace. Fofana gathers it, and he just runs himself into trouble a little bit there, Wesley Fofana. And he can't prevent the ball going out of play. So it's going to be a Wolves throw in. Deep inside the Chelsea half, almost level with the edge of the penalty area. And Totti takes it. Daniel Pedence just lofts one into the area, and there's a chance here. No, it's Koulibaly who gets a foot in to keep it away from Joao Gomez. And it's been won back. Being won back by Diego Costa, but he was coming back from an offside position. And a danger averted there for Chelsea. Assistant referee Eddie Smart signalling offside there. Chelsea have taken... No, they will just take the free kick short now. Fernandes goes over the top looking for Havertz, but can't pick him out. And Nelson Semedo attempts a sprint down the right wing, but he can't keep the ball in play either. This time it'll be a Chelsea throw, which Mark Cucurella is getting ready to take.
Do you know what? It's a throw, and it's not particularly a great throw, but what it does do, it forces Fofana back towards his own goal line, and he gets his body, and he's quicker than Costa, and I think he's expecting the shoulder bars between the pair of them, and it doesn't really come, and in doing so, the momentum has sent him forward, in which case he then knocks the ball behind for the Wolves' first corner.
It's Pedence who swings it in, and Havertz who gets it away at the near post, out as far as Lemina. Lemina from 25 yards blasts it into Koulibaly just inside the penalty area. Now Sterling looking to lead the charge. Lemina fouled him. He might get a booking for that, you know.
Do you know what? I think if that happens a little bit later in the game, it is. Lemina knows exactly what he's done, but the free kick's been taken early.
Yeah, no booking for Lemina. That's the second foul, though. Here's Cucurella, left-hand side. Chelsea on the attack here. Comes back for Kovacic. Gallagher's made a little burst there, but Kovacic went back to Fernandes instead. Now Fofana. Here's James, right-hand side. Playing infield for Gallagher again. Everywhere so far in the game, as usual, Conor Gallagher.
Do you know what? It's a great ball from Conor. There's a little space out the left-hand side for Cucurella.
Cucurella has it nicked off his toe, though, by a Wolves defender. It was Matheus Nunes, the midfielder, back there helping out. Cleared up as far as Cunha, who plays it infield, but gives it straight to Gallagher, and that's why there were the moans and groans. Here's James. Chelsea having much more of the ball in the opening 8 minutes, but it's still 0-0. Neither goalkeeper's had to make a save yet.
Yeah, and every Wolves player behind the ball. Back four, very narrow.
Chelsea victorious on their last away day, 3-1 at Leicester. That was their first win in 9 attempts in the Premier League. Only won 4 of 14 before today away from home. James nicely away from Costa.
Really well played from James.
Pushed it left side for Cucurella. He can cross from deep here. Cucurella hit it straight into the back of Semedo. Goes behind for the third corner already for Chelsea.
He does that so well, Reece, where he's forced inside, but he's happy to come inside. You know, he's happy to take the ball in. Of course, he remember his time when he was on loan at Wigan. He played largely most of his time there, one player of the year, in midfield. So he's very comfortable coming inside. Nice ball out on that left-hand side. Cucurella gets the ball, goes behind for another Chelsea corner.
This one is from the far side, the left. Again, it's James, one arm in the air, who plays it into the near post. Oh, Fofana was behind it, couldn't make a connection. Wolves will be able to get this clear, though Koulibaly puts in a sliding tackle to knock it out for a throw.
Everyone goes beyond the corner, Matt. Everyone's gone towards that near post, and it wasn't the best corner in the world. But what happens as that ball is played towards the edge of the 18 of the 6-yard box towards the penalty spot? Everyone's made a run beyond it, and then it goes beyond everyone.
Approaching 10 minutes gone. 0-0. Koulibaly playing it into Kovacic. Here's Koulibaly again. Started 10 games in a row now. Kalidou Koulibaly, it's his best run for Chelsea.
Yeah, his best performances, I think, as well.
Ball pinged out left-hand side for Joao Felix. Not seen much of him yet, but he's chipped a lovely ball over the top for Havertz. He just couldn't control it inside the penalty area.
That's a brilliant ball. Havertz has got to do better. It's a lovely weighted ball. The ball goes out on that left-hand side, and because he's right-footed, he can play that ball with his right foot in beyond their centre half. It's a lovely run from Havertz. He's got to get that under his spell. That's not, for someone of his quality, that is not a difficult touch. In the end, it just bounces beyond him. He applauds the pass, but that touch has got to be better because it was a brilliant ball.
Yeah, Wolves can attack. Semedo's forward from right back. Koulibaly trying to keep pace with him, and he managed to get the tackle in as well and put it behind for a corner.
Yeah, a little bit stretched at the back there. That run from Semedo. You know how experienced he is, but Koulibaly reads the run, reads what he was trying to do, Semedo. Just a little bit would be concerning. There was Semedo's made that from right back in beyond Cucurella, who's nowhere to be seen. And Koulibaly has got his duty bound, has to come across and concedes. There's been a lot of corners in these opening 11 minutes, Matt.
Yeah, this is the 5th of the game, second for Wolves. Over in the sunshine on the far side is Matheus Nunes, the club record signing.
Grappling in the box. Cucurella alongside Kilman, it's an absolute mismatch.
Yeah, it's about a foot between them, isn't there? That's even with Cucurella's hair.
Yeah, well that's the so it's the zonal marking. You've got blockers or spotters, whatever you want to call them. They're the ones there to make sure they don't get a decent run. And he's up against some heavyweights in Dawson and Kilman.
Work the corner short to Podence, played into the penalty area now, and then back with Podence, who flips over a cross which is headed away by Koulibaly. Fernandes couldn't control, so Chelsea can't break, but it's going to be stabbed back into the gloves of Kepa. And that potential danger has come and gone, and Kepa wallops it upfield. Don't see that very often. He was looking for Felix, but he only found the head of Kilman, and eventually it's all the way back to Jose Sa.
Yeah, that's why you don't often see it, because ball is transferred from team to team pretty quickly. Brilliant play from Havertz, well done. Really good. It's one of those, he's second best there. The ball's gone out. Couldn't see, was that Kilman? I think the ball's gone out. Two, is it Samay? I can't quite see from it. But anyway, he's gone across, put his body up alongside. Once that touch evaded the Wolves player, he made sure the ball went out for Chelsea throwing.
There's Fofana, stepping up and over halfway. Something passes with Gallagher. Now James. Fernandes always available, comes and shows and takes it off James, gives it to Koulibaly.
He's always available, isn't he, Enzo? He's the linchpin there, lovely play. Havertz's touch there, Ken got to be on point. Felix has come off that left-hand side, Matt tried to play a 1-2 with Havertz and just giving the ball away.
Sar's got it at his feet for Wolves, across to Craig Dawson, who was sent off against Chelsea at Stamford Bridge for West Ham a year ago. Made the switch from one relegation battle to another to join Wolves in January. Here's Kilman coming up to halfway, left-footed, swishes a pass out to the right wing. Semedo will chase after that. It's over the head of Cucurella, but too much on it for Semedo to catch up with. Chelsea throwing by the corner flag.
Yeah, you can see that they're looking to get Semedo forward far more, and that's on their right as opposed to Totti on the left. Most of the game has been played down that left-hand side for us, and they're right.
Cucurella with the ball in his hands, eventually chucks it to Fernandes and plays it off Nunez, so it goes out for another Chelsea throw a couple of yards further up the pitch.
Yeah, So Cucurella's deep in our half, and the Wolves players are squeezing, and there's no easy options. Got to go down the line.
Semedo gets his head to Cucurella's throw. Nunez now wrestling with Cucurella. Ball comes off Cucurella last and out for a Wolves throw level with the edge of the penalty area.
Yeah, they've done that well, Wolves. Yeah, they squeeze the space, offering very little inside, so Cucurella's forced to go down the line. They win the first header. In the end, it ricochets off Cucurella for their throw-in. Almost identical position where Cucurella took his.
Semedo tossed it down the line, volleyed into the penalty area, but off Koulibaly's knee and out of play for a Chelsea throw. Not too much to report in the opening 15 minutes.
No, I think both sides have had very little good possession. Chelsea early on in the opening exchanges, Wolves responded. It's been a bit scrappy from both sides, if I'm honest. Neither side really controlling the tempo of the game.
Hasn't been a goal anywhere in the 3 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League yet today. Semedo trying to keep the ball in play. He's just done that, hits it off Cucurella. This will be a corner if it goes behind. Koulibaly trying to stop that, but eventually came off his boot, and it will be a Wolves corner.
Yeah, it's a 15 on the clock, and it's the game itself is not a great spectacle, Matt. Maybe there's a number of reasons for that. New manager, new shape, team playing at the bottom of the table, fighting for their lives. It's not been brilliant so far, but Wolves do have the corner.
Not swinging delivery this time, headed away by Fofana. And then Gomez trying to recycle it, moves it back out to Podence, who took the corner. Gomez has made a run down the line. Has got too much on it.
It's a poor ball.
Cucurella.
I don't think.
No, it's a goal kick.
It's a poor ball that from Podence. You know, it's not a difficult pass. It's his left foot. He's on that right-hand side, and as he comes in with it, he just chips it towards the. You know what it does, you know, Matt.
Came off Cucurella, didn't it?
It did. You're absolutely right. Well done. Well spotted.
Anyway, goal kick was given. Havertz has got it right-hand side for Chelsea, in Wolves half of the field now. Gave it to Gallagher, but he had 3 players around him, and one of them took the ball off him. Lemina then tries to find Podence. Podence plays it down the line, but Kepa will get it. Neither team can keep hold of the ball at the moment.
No, it's a scrappy game at the moment. I'd like to see us just have some controlled possession. Oftentimes like this, Matt, it's about just keeping the ball. Maybe not even going anywhere. You know, you sometimes see Man City the best here, controlling the game, keeping it away from you, working you, getting that midfield shuffling across, getting the front two working, chasing shadows if you like. Keep the ball. If you can't, you know, if you don't give it away. If you don't force passes at the moment, say Wolves, they're set up in their shape. There's gold right in front, like a wall of gold, if you like. And Reece has forced back. Keep it. That's fine. We'll have to go back and sideways. So be it.
Kepa's got the ball at his feet at the moment. Smacks it out. Up and over halfway. Dawson had to be underneath that, otherwise Felix would have been in behind him.
It's twice now he's done that. Kepa. I just wonder if that's an instruction, you know. He doesn't often kick it long like that, does he? And if they feel as though there's an opportunity to get in behind this Wolves defence.
Here's Dawson in the right back position, playing it up to halfway. Koulibaly steps in front of the Wolves man and got the ball, but it's broken now so that they can bring it forward with Lemina. He gave it left-hand side to Totti, played it forward first time, trying to find Podence, but Fofana will be able to get that back to Kepa, who, again, first time, launches it skyward up toward halfway. Kilman always going to win the header against Sterling, and did. And picked up again by Podence. Again, it's scrappy, it's scruffy, it's 0-0. One of those days we feel already where it might just take 1 goal. Bearing in mind that Chelsea have only scored 29 in 29 games this season in the league, and Wolves have only scored 23 in 29. James with the throw-in goes back to Fofana. Fofana clipping the ball up toward halfway, controlled on the chest by Havertz. He tumbled to the ground but made sure that James got the pass. He'll come infield for Fernandes, those two with bleached blonde hair. Fernandes stepping out the shadows and into the sunshine. He's got Cucurella in space left-hand side. Chooses to use it. Ball was just behind him though. Wolves have got good numbers back in position here. Fernandes has got it in midfield, just over halfway. Now James inside right position. Now to Sterling. Gallagher will have it. Sterling Played it straight off Totti. Now he can find Gallagher second time round. Edge of the penalty area here. Lemina went to ground, didn't get the ball, but Gallagher's got it back again, and he can have a shot. It's blocked. It comes out to Sterling, and Sterling plays it off Totti and behind for a Chelsea corner.
So tight on the edge of the box, isn't it? We work it very well. Conor Gallagher could have gone down on the edge of the box for a free kick. He stays on his feet, goes into cover, so tight, tries to get his shot away. It's blocked by Max Kilman, comes out to Sterling, and then Totti just blocks the Sterling shot to go behind for another corner.
It's the 7th corner of the first half. James swings it over, headed away before he could reach a Chelsea player though. Fernandez minding the shot, gets his head to it to stop Cunha from breaking, and eventually it's lumped back out right hand side where James was when he took the corner, but isn't anymore, and eventually the flag goes up against Gallagher.
Yeah, but they clear their lines. Once that ball is clear, there's about 4 or 5 Chelsea players in an offside position. I wonder whether they might have allowed that to play on, you know, that law and whatever you want to call it, in an offside position, not interfering, but then once the ball bounces and the flag goes towards the ball, Conor Gallagher, who was one of those players offside, closed it down, and you'd want the flag up if it was against Chelsea, that's for sure.
Here's Lemina on the turn. Former Fulham and Southampton man, giving it left-hand side to Kilman. Kilman will come across to Dawson.
Just Chelsea shape across the middle part of the 5. You can see it there. Havertz just the one up top.
Ball played into the right channel here for Nunez, and he'll put the cross in, and it's headed behind for yet another corner, this time by Reece James.
Well, there's no real control of this game whatsoever. Both sides going forward, both sides asking questions. Correa there gets drawn towards the ball watching, if you like. Reece James reacts. Podence's on that far side. He doesn't head it. Podence's in. Some defending again for Chelsea to do. Another corner.
Well, in the Premier League in North London, where Spurs lead Brighton by 1-0. Heung-min Son has scored. Swinging corner comes into the Chelsea box. Totti gets his head to it, bounces down a couple of times before it reaches Kepa. No threat.
Yeah, Kepa gathers it comfortably, but looking to see if he can go to the edge of his box. I'd love to see goalkeepers do that. You can travel with it, get to the edge of the box, you can move 18 yards comfortably. Can you bowl that ball out? You can be almost on the halfway line if the throw's good.
There's Koulibaly. Kepa with plenty of time to roll it across to Fofana inside the penalty area. Fofana will wander up the pitch, give it to Sterling, just inside his own half, right-hand side. Bullied off it too easily there by Totti. Wolves have got it back. Dawson inside the centre circle, chips one out right-hand side, looking for the run of Semedo. He'll do well to keep this in play, and he hasn't been able to. And Chelsea throwing the left-back position.
Seeing that run there from Fofana, Rudiger used to do that quite a lot. You know, where he steps into that midfield. If they're going to be quite tight, they're going to allow you to have a little bit of space in front. What you can do, you can commit a midfielder. In doing so, you might be able to have a bit of an overload in there. You might be able to separate some of those midfielders. You might be able to have someone in the...
Ball's trying to get in the Chelsea penalty area here, and a poor clearance means that it might still come for Gomez, and Gomez goes down under Fofana's challenge.
Good challenge. Really good challenge. Has to win it, Matt. Goes sliding in. But at the moment, this game has got no pattern. Well, it has. The only pattern is it's both teams guilty of giving the ball away. Both teams really unsure in possession, but it's a brilliantly timed tackle, but it commits. Enzo being done there on that right-hand side. He wins the ball really, really well. Has to win it, Matt. If he doesn't win, that's a penalty.
Excellent challenge from Fofana. One leg just to scoop the ball away. Midway point in the first half. Wolves the team on top at the moment. Gomez it was who was tackled in that challenge from Fofana. Nunez meanwhile dispossessed by Kovacic. Now Havertz back to goal inside his own half, goes back to Kovacic. Now Fernandez. Here's James coming up to halfway. Sliding challenge from Costa, only saw the ball go to Gallagher.
Yeah, it's a free kick. So the Wolves crowd aren't happy. It's the first challenge, Matt, the one that impedes Reece the first time, and he gets away from the first tackle. Then the second challenge is a good one from Costa, but it's the first challenge that gives the free kick away. But I haven't really seen Kova, you know, those runs from Kova, where he drops his shoulder and dives. I haven't really seen that. It's 1 and 2 touch at the moment. No one really taking anyone on.
Here's Fernandez. Now for Fowler, just over halfway inside right, goes out to the flank and James. James in field for Havertz. James has carried on his run here. Havertz turns back to go to Gallagher. And Gallagher moves it back to halfway and for Fowler. And Chelsea just get a period of possession here after Wolves have threatened a couple of times in the last few minutes. Fernandez. Here's Kovacic. Field for Felix, not seen nearly enough of Joao Felix yet. Here's Fofana. Again, James has got space right hand side, slides it into him, level with the edge of the box, plays it down the line for Gallagher inside the penalty area. Is that going to go behind for yet another corner? Yes, it is.
Really well worked, bit of patient football. They haven't really seen that in this game from either side, but Chelsea work on the right hand side. Nice point to Reece. The pass from Reece is slightly overhit. It's not a difficult pass actually, but what Connor does, he makes sure that Kilman has to play it. He does, and another corner.
West Ham lead at Fulham. Harrison Reed's put through his own net there. Here's James with the outswinging corner. Oh, Felix at the near post, tried to volley it in and didn't get the connection. And now Wolves will look to bring it clear with Matheus Nunes. He's got Podence ahead of him, but nobody else. He's going to try and find Podence, and he just hits Cucurella with it. Didn't have any other option, really.
This game is it's a tight game that occasionally can become very stretched. Both sides looking to get in behind. Wolves have especially down that right again, that's an area that they really do feel, and it's been a position, part of the pitch that they continually go down. Could have given a free kick. Peter Banks saying it was. Let's have a look. Yes, it probably is a free kick. Felix just catching him.
25 minutes gone. 0-0. Wolves free kick back halfway inside Chelsea's half of the field. Just waiting for Gomez to get his boot back on. Julian Lopetegui on the sideline, animated as ever. Free kick is pretty central. It's sort of inside right, so not a great angle to try and work an angle for Wolves here. But Dawson's come forward from defence. Kilman's in there too. All players lined up just near the edge of the penalty area. Gomez has sorted out his footwear. He can take the free kick for Wolves. £15 million January signing from Flamengo. Comes the ball from Gomez, looking for the run round the back of Totti, but Fofana got his head to it, nodded it behind for another corner.
Yeah, it's the greatest free kick in the world. It was just lofted into an area, and Fofana wins it quite comfortably. For another corner. How much has this been now, Matt?
10.
And that's remarkable, isn't it?
5 for each side now. Here's Podence sending over the latest one. James got his head to that really important header too. And then Lamina on the follow-up has a strike which is deflected behind for another corner.
Well, that was on target. Reece does ever so well. Far post. It's a really good delivery, actually. Reece clears it. Big, powerful header. Comes to Lamina on the edge of the box. It's on target, and it goes through a sea of bodies. In the end, it comes off Fofana. It ricochets off the inside of his foot and goes behind for a corner. But I have to say, Kepa looked like he had it covered, but it was definitely on target.
Again, Podence to take this one from the near side towards the left. Well, Kepa could have caught that, but he punched it away instead. Sent back in on the volley out wide to Podence. That's a lovely ball. Podence now one-on-one with Havertz inside the penalty area, and it's going to deflect behind for another corner.
So it is.
Could have caught that, couldn't he, Kepa?
Yes, he could have done. He's gone with a one-fisted punch. That's a modern-day goalkeeper thing, isn't it? In my day, that you wouldn't even have. I hardly ever saw a punch being done, but to be fair to him, it's not the worst punch, gets height and distance, which what you're after. But what that does, of course, the ball comes back with interest, and there's another corner.
This one's worked short. Podence puts it in again. And Chelsea managed to deal with it. Sterling looking to set up a break. Oh, he could have slid it through for Joao Felix then. He couldn't make the pass.
The pass was on there, Matt. Again, it's not a difficult ball. He's gone on the ground. He doesn't have to. He can lift that over. In the end, Felix was in behind, because they had so many players committed forward balls from the set piece. Felix was away. And then the pass was just cut out. That was Sarr at the moment. They start again to build.
Well, we've had a boatload of corners in this game, but not much in the way of attempts at goal. Maybe that'll change now with Podence inside the penalty area, pushed over by James.
Yeah, you're not getting. They're after a penalty, and Reece goes up alongside Podence. So they collide and both go down, but there was an offside flag that was already up, so no decision.
was a mighty tight one. Only been 2 attempts at goal in the game so far. 1 off target from Chelsea, 1 on target for Wolves. That challenge on Podence from James was outside the penalty area anyway.
Yeah, do you know what? I thought it was a foul on Reece, actually. Podence leg catches Reece. Reece just sticks that big forearm across his chest and out-muscles him. Press from Wolves is a good one.
Kepa's got the ball at his feet, but he's under pressure. He manages to wallop it away before he can have it taken off him. Totti then gives it to Lamina.
No control of the ball at the moment. Last 5 or 10 minutes, I have to say, Wolves have grown into this game. And they're the better side. They're starting to win those little individual battles as well at the moment, Matt.
Totti's pushed over by Gallagher, and Wolves will get a free kick left-hand side. So about halfway inside Chelsea's half of the field. No need for that with Gallagher. Just seeing the replay again. He does literally just push Totti to the floor. James is about to win the ball back by the looks of it.
Yeah, and because he was travelling at such pace, it doesn't take a lot actually. Just a little bump to throw you to the ground, and it was a free kick. Wolves are would be the happier of the two sides right now. No control over possession at the moment from Chelsea. Stringing passes together and getting high up the pitch is something that we're not doing enough of.
Podence fizzes the free kick to the edge of the penalty area, headed away by Havertz. Now by Lamina, who plays it into the penalty area. Too much on that for Cunha, and it goes harmlessly behind for a goal kick. We've had a good illustration, haven't we, in the opening half an hour here as to why these are 2 of the lowest scoring teams in the Premier League.
Yes, we have. But I would like to see right now us dominate the ball. Something that we may not score a lot of goals in that, but possession stats is something that we are pretty high in. I don't know, I'll have a check in a second what the possession stats are, but I'm not going to be convinced that we're winning by a great deal. In fact, Wolves come again.
59% of the ball Chelsea have had, apparently. Ball comes in from Podence, almost came through for Costa, headed away by Koulibaly, picked up on the far side and volleyed in. An absolutely sensational goal from Matheus Nunes, the record signing for Wolves with his first goal for the club. And that was a belter, about 20 yards out, no sort of angle on the volley. It flew beyond Kepa, nothing he could do about that, and Chelsea trail.
Well, they've been the better side. It's a brilliant strike, but I don't quite know how they've managed to get into this area when we're playing a 4. Where's Cucurella? How's this been allowed to... It's the run that's been flicked over. Cucurella's got dragged towards the ball. It's a wonderful strike. It's a brilliant goal. But my gosh, we are a bit of a mess at the back at the moment. We really are. It's a great strike. Take nothing away from that, but really, I was saying a second ago, want to see us control the tempo of the game, control the ball, have some possession. Wolves have been the better side, I'm afraid.
And now Chelsea are going to have to come from behind. Only won 2 of 11 when conceding first in the Premier League this season. And Nunez picks the wrong moment as far as we're concerned to score his first goal in English football. Chelsea haven't laid a glove on Wolves yet.
No, we haven't. No one has taken responsibility at the moment. Wolves as shape is they're pressing high again. We're having to go long. Kepa goes long again, and that hasn't worked thus far. And again, it hasn't worked. Wolves winning the second ball, and that's when you go long. It turns into fight ball. So the first ball is obviously trying to win that. It's hard to bring it down. The second ball becomes important all over the pitch at the moment now. Wolves are playing with a nice swagger about them. They're moving the ball well. There's a confidence flowing through them. Oh, I mean, this time Fofana dwells on the ball. Diego Costa is adjudged to have given the free kick away. Fofana there dwelling on the ball, but then becomes options in front. And there's a lot of hand gesturings going on at the back. I've got Koulibaly doing some. You've got Reece on this near side. Oh, that pass from Kepa's put Fofana right in it. In the end, we managed to get ourselves out, but Reece has done so well. There's a chance here for a Chelsea break.
James has found Gallagher just over halfway, got Sterling to try and play it to, but again, Chelsea can't get anything going in attack whatsoever at the moment. Sterling and Felix might as well have been left back at Cobham because they're having no effect on this game whatsoever.
Hardly touched the ball, can't get involved in the game whatsoever. You're absolutely right. And even though we're only 34 minutes into this game, I'm thinking Frank must be thinking about how do I change this? How do I get us into this game? What do I do? Is it a shape change? Because at the moment, I've hardly mentioned Cover's name. We've hardly mentioned Felix, hardly mentioned Sterling, sporadically mentioned Connor. Havertz has been there's no link-up play whatsoever with him up top.
Just getting a replay of the goal again. Cucurella was a long way away from where he should have been, but take nothing away from the strike. And then spammed the ball in with the outside of his boot. Koulibaly flicked it away, but it dropped nicely on the volley for Nunez. It's 1-0 to Wolves with 10 minutes and a little more left in the first half here. Kilman with a free kick which is pummeled over to the right side, and Semedo, who's found the goal scorer Nunez. Here's Semedo again, trying to get in behind Cucurella. Koulibaly gets it away. And now Chelsea can break with Felix, and Felix stepped in field to allow Gomez a chance to get the ball from him. Felix is on the ground, Gomez has emerged with the ball.
At the moment, we are second best all over the pitch. There is no other way of saying this, I'm afraid. We are second best. We're not winning those 50. Brilliant, I was just about to say that. Conor Gallagher wins a 64 again. He's on the right-hand side.
Gallagher heading for the dead ball line. Poor pass to him from Havertz, and he's easily pushed off it by Kilman. But it's been picked up by Fernandes. Fernandes finds Kovacic edge of the box. His ball to Gallagher's not good. Gallagher will just about keep it in play. Fernandes will have it, but Gallagher flips it straight into the gloves of Sarr, and Joao Felix turns away in disgust.
Our passing has been really poor. Even the simple passes are either overhit or misplaced. The easy ones. Chelsea now playing in Wolves' final third. There's a bit of pressure on the ball. Felix has come out. Cucurella's playing high. They work it well, Wolves. They work it really well, actually.
It's reminding me a bit of Brighton away, I'm afraid to say, this game, in that you can't really tell what Chelsea's game plan is here at the moment. Wolves aren't letting them implement it.
There's no possession at all from us, is there? There's no... Think about how well I thought we played midfield-wise against Liverpool. Enzo there Enzo's screaming at Conor Gallagher in front of him.
James Header has played Fofana into trouble. Here's Diego Costa, who shoots straight at Kepa. Broken out for Podence.
All over the place, I'm afraid, Matt, we are all over the place. Really when I say all over the place, disjointed. The back four, don't know whether to go and squeeze. The amount of times I've seen Fofana out of position.
Gomez crosses into the penalty area. Koulibaly gets it away for a throw, but Wolves smell blood here.
Yeah, and what I'm watching at the moment, the next goal, if Wolves score it, it feels like that might be enough. Fofana getting caught underneath the ball there. Reece James, then, as a back four, you want to stay in the line. We're all over the place. Fofana in front of Reece.
He's in possession again. Kilman stepped out of defence. He's got the ball at the moment, not far from the edge of the penalty area.
No pressure on the ball at all. As a unit, we've dropped deep. It's a 4-5-1, and we just sat off them. Second balls again. They're winning the second balls.
Gallagher's just presented that one to Nunez, who then gives it straight back to Kepa. But Chelsea need to clear their heads and get a grip here. Could almost do with half-time and 1-0. At the moment, it's only going one way. Here's Kovacic, though. Played it straight at Gomez. Now Podence to stab one through, looking for Costa to go back through to Kepa.
Against a better side, and of course I'm talking Real Madrid, we'll get murdered if we play like this. We will. They've looked good, Wolves. This is a side they're scrapping for their lives. They look good.
Lewis Dunk has equalised for Brighton at Spurs. 1-1 there. 1-0 to Wolves here. Here's James. He's in for Fernandes under pressure. Managed to offload it. Felix trying to pick it up. Lemina fouled him. Lemina's going to get a booking here, I think, more on the basis of the fact that is not his first foul of the game than that one specifically.
Yeah, I think you're right. Felix is coming off that left-hand side. Nice little flick. Yeah, he catches him. Semedo comes with him. In doing that, though, Cucurella actually, he's dragged Semedo across. But what's happened is, Cucurella's got a little bit of space outside, but couldn't find him because the free kick was given. It's a long way out, this. What are we talking here? 30 yards-ish? Maybe a little less.
Central. I was going to say Reece James might fancy, but he's not over the ball at the moment. Fernandez is the favourite. Jose Sarr has watched along with the rest of them on the crowd so far. Is he going to be called into action here? Yeah, it is 30 yards this. James is now in the vicinity but has walked away.
Just slightly left of centre as you look at the goal.
Not that far from where Fikayo Tomori scored. Last time Chelsea won here. Fernandez is the only player over the ball now.
It's been very quiet. There's not going to be a shot. Fernandez is over it. I don't see he's having a strike here, do you?
He'd be surprised. Now James has come back to have a conversation. Just one player in what you could loosely term a wall for Wolves. Fernandez or James then. Or was one going to touch it to the other? Fernandez touched it to James. He clipped it into the penalty area for the run of Felix, who tried to get the volley in, and it was blocked and behind for a corner.
Quite nicely worked, actually. So the Wolves players are in a line right on the edge of their box. It's touched into, from Fernandez, just touched into Reece, and he just drifts it in towards the edge of the 6-yard box. Felix makes a good run, well covered, and it's defended well for another corner.
Bournemouth are leading at Leicester, big game at the bottom. Philip Billings scored there. Here's James sending the corner over, headed away, not as far as Kovacic. Fernandez has picked it up inside the final 5 of the first half. Chelsea trailing by a goal to 0. Here's James. Play it down the line for Sterling. Sterling trying to twist and turn and shake off Costa, goes back to James.
Yeah, they're working well, Wolves. They're well drilled at what they're doing here. Getting bodies behind the ball, going in with runners, even runners, as you mentioned there, Diego Costa. Not his day job, but getting back and make sure that he's helping out his teammates.
Cucurella finding Felix left-hand side. Felix coming across the pitch, plays it into the penalty area, looking for Sterling, headed across goal. Clever that from Sterling, but Havertz lost his footing as he tried to attack it. It's back with Sterling now, right-hand side, outnumbered 2-1. Goes back to James, he swings over a first-time cross deep to the back post, headed down looking for Cucurella by Felix, hit defender. Wolves will be able to bring it up to halfway, but signs of life from Chelsea as we approach half-time. Brilliant take from James.
It's a brilliant take, really good, and this is how we want to end the first half. In Wolves playing most of our football inside Wolves' final third. Link-up play with Havertz, really good with Felix.
Felix, edge of the box, is going to go for goal. There's a shot on target for Chelsea, but it is gobbled up by Jose Sarr.
Yeah, I mean, the first real link-up play we've seen with Havertz and his midfielders. It's really well worked. Cover comes inside, Havertz played the ball out to Felix, makes an underlapping run, and in doing so, the ball opens up for Felix, who's come off that left again, and he's gone more central, tried to bend it around some of the Wolves defenders, but in the end, the ball just goes straight through into Sarr, into his arms. Chelsea have won the throw-in. Cadence is going down into the strength of Reece James. He's not the first, won't be the last. Felix there making a run outside there, Matt. Carrera opts to stay safe. Felix has just looked to the heavens, if say that running need to find me.
Here's Sterling right-hand side. And back for James.
They're playing the shape well. They're a back four, but you're watching Lamina there. He drops in to make a back five. So Chelsea got possession. He's got Conor Gallagher, then you've got Kilman, and you've got Dawson and Semedo.
Here's Felix inside the penalty area, across looking for Havertz, and Sarr just able to cut it out.
So the back four staying in its shape. And Jose used to do this a lot when he would play a four, even when he played a 3 or a 5. He would drop players back in from midfield. Matic, when he played for Manchester United, would drop in. And a back 7 sometimes when Jose came here, the Man United as manager. And what that does, it makes it hard to pass any balls through. In fact, almost makes it impossible because there's so many goal chances. What that does do, that it should give you a little bit more space and possession in front of that back line, but there's not been a great deal of evidence of that.
And here come Wolves attacking down Chelsea's right with Totti. Minute and a bit of the first half to go. Here's Lamina. He's backward to halfway and Kilman. Everybody
Can't
right
get in
behind
the
the
ball,
ball.
Matt. We can't get near it really, can we? And Conor Gallagher, that high energy, that high intensity, that press. No real evidence of it going in ones and twos. Cover's come out of his shape. Doesn't really want to do that, Cover. You know, he doesn't want to get dragged out beyond midfielders because he gets played around. A bit of frustration there, I think, from Cover. Just mentioned that there, he's been played around. I think that's a bit of frustration, Matt. Can't get near the ball.
The challenge on Matheus Nunes. Oh, stamped on his foot as
That
well.
was a booking. It was a booking. He's done well to get away from that. I think that, to me, Cover's used to possession, not used to being run around, not used to getting played around, but...
Free kick's been taken too quickly here for the referee's liking. We'll find out shortly how long we're going to have for stoppage time. This will be one of the last chances of the first half. Wolves looking to extend their lead. Free kick clipped to the edge of the box toward Totti. Fofana got his head to it. Just one added minute, we're into it now. And it comes from Cunha, cleared away. Not as far as Lamina now. Lamina with his arms out, looking for someone to pass to. Chelsea standing off Wolves and letting them have the ball. Lamina then plays it out of play.
Yeah, this is not good enough. Frank is going to be pretty unhappy with what he's watching right now. And something's got to change. This can't carry on, Matt. This simply can't carry on. Not playing high enough up the pitch. Wolves very comfortable. I don't think they can quite believe, I'm guessing, how comfortable this performance has been for them. Felix has done well on that right side, losing his marker in Smogo. And his Correa's done also equally. Right, bit of good fortune.
Correa's cross into the box, cleared away by Dawson though. And that is going to do it for the first half at Molineux, where Wolverhampton Wanderers lead Chelsea by 1-0. And if Frank Lampard thought he had a tough job between now and the end of the season before this match, Jason, really good highlights in the first half.
Absolutely, all over the pitch. I said that many times. Second best, all over. Can't really get near the ball. Sitting on post too many times. All defensively, very solid, very well organised, very well coached. Dropping in that shape. Chelsea find it very difficult to play any 1 and 2 touch football around the edge of the box. On the odd occasion that we did, yeah, Felix had a shot from the edge of the box, but haven't seen enough of our attacking players. And really, you think about Reece James, we want to see high and wide. Only 1 or 2 crosses in that box in that first half. Not good enough, I'm afraid.
Is the answer to go to a back three then?
Well, I said about 15 minutes ago, Frank will be looking to change something here, whether it be personnel or a shape change, because at the moment, their shape of 4-4, it's a brilliant shape that they play. The front man, when you're playing a 4-4-2, the front man can drop in to make a 5. Once you get towards the edge of the box, the midfield does exactly the same defensively, goes in to make a back 5. So there's players dropping in, make it very difficult for Chelsea to get any kind of control or tempo or pass, moving and controlling the tempo of this game. Have we strung more than 6 or 7 passes together? But there's been no threat, very little threat. Yeah, work for Frank to do at half-time.
And it is the positive then that it's only 1-0, and do you think that there will be changes at half-time to personnel, if not formation?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if there is, and I said Frank must be considering how do I get my team back into this game, because we started the first 10 minutes or so was pretty even, both sides a bit scrappy. Wolves have grown into it. You know, I don't think they've been. I suppose they deserve the lead. I wouldn't necessarily say that. But the strike itself is an absolute wonder strike. But Frank has got to be considering changing something. If this can't carry on, man. Simply can't carry on.
Yeah, well, we shall see what Frank Lampard does at half-time. For now, though, we are going to show you what the women's team did when they were not too far from Molineux, actually.
poor pass, and Wolves pick up the ball again. I wonder how long Frank is going to give this.
Here's Dawson inside the centre circle for Wolverhampton Wanderers. Plays it out right-hand side to the Portuguese Nelson Semedo. Here's Diego Costa, right-hand side, working the channels. Two-time Premier League winner with Chelsea. You'll not need me to remind you, Costa, as Cucurella plays it off a Wolves man, and it's out for a Chelsea throw in there. Left-back position.
Ball given away this time. Enzo's touch eludes him, and it's been a feature. There's collectively we've been poor, individually we've been poor as well.
Ball's out on the left-hand side with Totti at the moment. Infield, he comes into the middle of midfield. There's a touch now for the goal scorer, Matheus Nunes. 42.2 million they paid for him. That was his first goal. He previously registered 1 assist. Cucurella then sliding in on Nunes, and Nunes has been hurt in that challenge.
He needs to be careful. It's a bit of a reckless tackle, that, you know.
It's a yellow card.
Yeah, he wins the ball, but it's in the modern game. It's not a good tackle, that. Oh, you know, if he doesn't win the ball, that could be a red, you know.
Well, Cucurella's going to have to...
He's saying he wins the ball, and he does, but it's the follow-through as well. It catches. It's not... It is a booking, man, you know. Caretaker's off the bench there. I don't quite know what he's saying. I know he's asking for a red card. It's not a red, but it's not a great tackle either, to be honest. Some defending for Chelsea to do. 4 minutes into the second half, Pedence's going to take this, it would appear.
There's almost a built-in excuse now that Cucurella's been booked to get Chilwell on. Put Chilwell and James as wing-backs. Anyway, what do I know?
Well, it's a wing-back, the full-backs at the moment, they're hardly really getting over the halfway line. How many over or underlapping runs have we seen Reece make? It's...
Pedence over the free kick anyway for Wolves. Right-hand side as far as they're concerned. Just in from the touchline, level with the edge of the penalty area. 5 gone second half. Here comes Pedence's delivery. Free man was Craig Dawson, who got his head to it 15 yards out and looped over the crossbar.
Yeah, it wasn't a great free kick. Dawson really wants to go and attack this, and he's made his run, and he's had to it's a standing jump, and he's had to try and flick it forward. He wants that ball good 7 or 8 yards in front of him, so he can go and run an attack. He's brilliant at that, Dawson, but it was never going to be out to trouble Kepa with that, and then it goes over high and wide. And Chelsea taking risks at the back, and Kepa forced to go long, and Wolves winning those second balls again. I don't know how many second balls they've won in this game, but it's the vast majority of.
Jose Sarr clipping one out over the halfway line onto the head of James. Again, second ball won by Wolves as Sterling gets flattened by Totti.
Cover's little flick in there to Havertz is not a great pass.
Fafana into Havertz this time, and Havertz is fouled by Gomez, and that will be a Chelsea free kick middle of the pitch over halfway.
Feeding off scraps at the moment, feeding off scraps. Does well, ball's played into him for Fafana. He's had to come deep, halfway inside their half, just outside the semicircle, if you like. Wins the ball, holds it up, waiting for the challenge, goes down, but this gives time for Wolves to regroup, and they've got every player behind the ball. Shape of their team again, you can see the 5 across the back. Lemina's happy to drop in, then the wide man's happy to drop in, covering Cucurella. No space to try and get over the top at all.
So Fafana's going through the middle. Here's Felix. Terrible attempted pass to try and pick out Cucurella. Cucurella trying to win it back off Nunes. Watches every challenge now. Here's Gomez. Gomez thumps one up toward Diego Costa on halfway.
I'm worried about Cucurella, you know.
Knows that his next bad challenge will see him dismissed. If Chelsea go down to 10, surely there goes any hope of getting something from this game with them.
Yeah, he's just looking a little bit rattled, Cucurella. You sometimes see players just running around and just, you know, a split second late for the ball and doesn't want to leave a foot in.
Here's Kovacic, left side, on halfway, across for Enzo Fernandez. This is Fafana now, playing it out to the right wing, and Reece James. James feigns to cross, turns inside from Podence, gives it to Gallagher, nicely returned back to James. James across the face, a goal for Havertz, vital touch from Dawson, and then first to the loose ball was a Wolves player rather than a Chelsea one. It's about as close as Chelsea have come to scoring all game.
Yeah, best bit of play from Chelsea. Really good play down that right-hand side. Reece James comes off that right, plays it into Connor, and he makes a run in behind. Does really well, perfectly weighted pass. Ball fizzes across the edge of the face of the 6-yard box. Havertz has joined there by a defender, and he cut out.
Here's Sterling inside the penalty area. Oh, was he clipped there as he went to take the shot? Referee says no real appeal either from Sterling. Play goes on. This is better from Chelsea,
This is
though.
better.
Here's James right-hand side, finding Gallagher inside the penalty area. 3 defenders in his way. Got to cross it, come back to Conor Gallagher. Scoops on up far side. Felix will be able to retrieve Cucurella's edge of the box. Here he is. Cucurella back to Felix. First time touch from him to Kovacic. 25 yards out. Bends one into the penalty area looking for Havertz. Headed away by Kilman as far as James. James one-on-one with Podence. Cuts in field, lays it off for Felix. Touch for Kovacic to have a go. Didn't get any kind of power behind it. Hits it straight at Craig Dawson.
But better, forcing Wolves really back on the edge of their box at the moment. Much better. Bit more energy, bit more tempo about Chelsea's game. Reece seeing lots of the ball as well, which is a good thing.
Just gave it straight to Cunha, but Chelsea got it back with Fofana on halfway. Here's Enzo Fernandez. Chelsea with their tails up now. Gallagher inside left position, plays it left-hand side to Cucurella. Cucurella back in field for Gallagher. Cucurella is elated to squeal after being on the end of a challenge.
Yeah, it's maybe a little bit of a attribution there. Free kick's been taken, he's up, he's okay.
Aston Villa lead Forest by a 1-0. Bertrand Traoré, the former Blue, has scored just after half-time at Villa Park. Here's Fofana for Chelsea into Gallagher. And now Felix can have a go on the edge of the box, blocked by Kilman. Fofana trying to find Cucurella. Fofana's now gone down holding his face.
Well, I wonder whether it's going to be he wins the header, Fofana, and it wouldn't have been a surprise, you know, if the referee had given a free kick, but Chelsea not giving the ball back on a player's down, and the crowd aren't happy. There's a goal here, there's going to be some controversy, that's for sure.
Havertz cross headed away by Totti, though. Kovacic misses his touch, and now Wolves, oh dear, not quite sure what that was, an attempt from inside his own half from Cunha.
That was, what, 70, 80 yards? Shot? I mean, in the end, it's... Anyway, Chelsea are playing on. Now Reece is getting lots of the ball at the moment.
Here he is, crossing into the penalty area, cleared away by Dawson as Felix was about to tap it in. It will be a Chelsea corner.
Well, Chelsea now really starting to put the pressure on, and there's more and more of Reece high and wide. Even Cucurella, who actually, there was more balls down their left, our left, they're right in that first half. But what's really changed is the involvement of Reece. Reece is now playing as a wing-back, even though the shape has not changed. He's really is playing high and wide, which is where you see the best of Reece.
Corner to be taken by James from the right-hand side into the near post, looking for Felix to get the touch. Cleared away as far as Fernandez. He gives it back to James. Here's Fernandez again. Scoops his ball into the penalty area. Drop for Felix on the volley. Hit Gomez. Felix says that hit his hand, but play goes on. And Wolves now looking to break with Cunha. And it's 2-on-2 here, and Cunha's got Nunez in all sorts of space. Cucurella dragged to the ball. Here's Nunez, edge of the box, made a right mess of it. Showed too much to Kovacic.
Wow, what a chance that was to go 2-0 up. And now Chelsea attack on the left-hand side. Felix has got a bit of space. Hasn't seen much of that in this game.
Drifting to the edge of the penalty area. Spins one with the outside of his boot, looking for Sterling. Hit the defender, Kilman.
Look at the bodies they get back there, Matt. They've got so many bodies back there, Wolves. This has almost turned like a basketball game now.
And Felix has picked it up again. Oh, terrible pass there, but it bounced off for Gallagher. Now Gallagher's got it back, and here's Havertz. Havertz trying to get a shot inside the penalty area.
He wants it on his left, look, Matt. He wants it on his left. The ball is favoured on his right. Now Wolves come. It's way too open, this game.
But eventually Costa, his years catching up with him, can't run away from Koulibaly. He plays it into the channel, though, overhit the pass. He's not had a good game, Diego Costa. He puts his head in his hands after that.
I don't know who this suits more right now. The fact that this game is so open.
Just seeing the handball shout again against Gomez.
Yeah, I think this is too close, Matt. I tell you what, though, his arm is away. I think the fact that it is so close, it's impossible for him to do anything. There is a but, you know, you wonder in Champions League, how it's officiated different across Europe. I wonder whether that might have been an interesting VAR for them to look at. Personally, I don't think it is a penalty, but
The play has restarted, so neither does the VAR, who is Andy Madley. Here's Kovacic, clipping one over the top, looking for the run of Havertz. Good ball, good run as well. Havertz couldn't quite bring it under control, but he's managed to scoop it back across the face of the 6-yard box, where Totti can hook it away. But all of a sudden, it looks like Chelsea might be able to get something from this game.
Yeah, and Wolves now really, I say they can't get out. They're getting out in ones and twos, and there's a counter-attack on. We've seen 2 or 3 examples of it nearly happening. It's a great run from Havertz, from outside, from inside to out. It's a lovely ball from Cover. His touch doesn't quite bring it under control, gets to the byline, and in doing so, ships it across. There's no one in the box. Once he goes in there, players have got to go and join. Just since that's happened, Felix has been brought down, and he looks in some discomfort, I have to say.
Do
you know what? This could be a red card, Matt.
He's put his studs on Felix's knee.
I tell you what, this VAR might be interested in this, Matt. What do you think?
Well, Frank Lampard is asking that question
I have
to the
to
fourth
say,
official.
This is not a good tackle. It's caught him high, it's on his knee, the studs are up.
Peter Banks had the best view in the house of that, and he's shown a yellow card.
He's shown a yellow. Well, I tell you what, this VAR will be looking at this.
No news of any further action being taken at the moment. I can tell you that Newcastle have equalised against Brentford. David Raya own goal. And one there, 1-0 to Wolves here. There's no indication that the referee's even talking to the VAR.
No, that's gone, but seen them given, caught him on his knee with his studs.
It's both Wolves central midfielders on yellow cards now.
Well, Enzo and Reece are over this. This is within shooting range.
Got to be Reece James territory, this, hasn't it?
26, 27 yards out, something like that.
Fernandez yet to score for Chelsea. It's, left of centre as the players look at it. Fernandez looks the favourite at the moment. Kovacic is there too. 2 Chelsea players in front of the 4-man Wolves wall. Now Podence has gone in on the end of that as well. So James or Fernandez. Fernandez touched one off for James in this kind of position first half, a bit further back. Again, it's worked short. Why on earth do you do that rather than just hit it first time? It ends up in the stand.
Yeah, and there's 3 of them over it, and Enzo just rolls it in,
which allows all the defenders to come out.
Once that ball is touched, then of course they're out to close the ball down. In doing so, it's just trying to change the angle of the strike. Havertz is coming off. Pulisic is coming on.
Interesting one, this, Chase. Does that mean that Felix goes in the middle, or maybe Sterling?
I would have said Sterling, but I'll have to wait and see. Maybe we're looking for anything over the top now, because look at the pace that we've got up top. Sterling and Pulisic. I think it's gone down the middle.
Looks like Felix for now.
Looks like it is Felix, Pulisic on the right.
The first change of the match. Pulisic did score in the reverse meeting between these teams. Jose Sarr, an hour gone, takes a goal kick, smacks it skyward. Out left-hand side, looking for Costa. Fofana won the header against him, and Costa's gone down as if he's been elbowed by Fofana there, holding his face. Free kick has been given.
I have to say, my eyes followed the ball. Costa's holding his forehead, it would appear. Peter Banks has decided it is a free kick. This replay might be able to tell us.
There's a bit of accidental contact from Fofana, but nothing more.
No, he runs into so Costa's made the run. It's a classic. I used to hate this as a centre half. You'd see out the corner of your eye the centre forward coming from the right hand side and attacking. You're heading it straight on, but you're aware someone's coming across, and you naturally just to protect yourself by putting your arm up. Free kick given.
Over it comes into the Chelsea penalty area. Here's Cunha. He hits it straight at Kepa. Kepa eventually does release it to Fernandez, who plays it up to Sterling. Sterling on halfway, 2 players around him, does well to hold on to it, then offloads it to Fernandez. Brighton have turned it round at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Danny Welbeck has put them 2-1 in front there. Here it's still 1-0 to Wolves. Pulisic on for Kovacic. Kovacic really not been involved in the game in the way that we would like him.
He gets caught in possession, does well though, Cover. Does really well to recover. And he changed his mind, Matt. He looked to spray the ball out to the right-hand side. He's on the left. and he kind of changed one. Then he does a Cruyff turn. As he does a Cruyff, he gets closed down. Chelsea in possession again. But listen, this has been a really bright second half start, but without really causing Wolves any problems. Sarr's had very little to do, and Sterling, a bit of frustration perhaps creeping in, and gets a yellow card for his troubles.
Yeah, he was trying to win the ball back, having lost it. Came in from behind on Cunha, inside Wolves half of the field. A really unnecessary booking. We'll call that a centre-forwards challenge.
Yeah, he gets caught wrong side, and he gets caught trying to close the player down, and there's only got going to be one result. There's going to be a clash of legs.
Wolves making a double change here. Diego Costa gives way. He's getting a good ovation from all sides of the ground, as you would expect. He did a full lap of honour, didn't he, when he came back to Stamford Bridge earlier in the season. Hwang Hee-chan, the South Korean who's been injured for a long period, comes on.
Well, he offers a different problem. He's quick, he's strong. Dents is also going to be making way, a double substitution.
João Moutinho comes on, so that's a much more defensive-minded player. Maybe Julian Lopetegui feeling the tide is turning against his team.
Yeah, he's seen that Chelsea are dominating the ball without really hurting Wolves. I think there's a shape change here, you know. I wonder if they're going to... Let's have a look.
Form Newcastle are in. They turned that game around at Brentford. Alexander Isak has made it 2-1 to the Magpies there. Here's Cunha, and he shoots on the angle from inside the penalty area. Not an easy angle, and he blasted it a long way over the bar.
Shows Koulibaly a clean pair of heels, doesn't he? Koulibaly goes to squeeze the ball. He's on the edge of the box. Koulibaly closes him down, and in one swift movement, he's away. Knocks it past him. Gets his shot away. It's a tight angle. He's going to have to do very well to beat Kepa from there, but nonetheless, he just does show Koulibaly. So one touch, second touch, knocks it out of his feet, pulls the trigger, but high, wide, and handsome. See what those substitutions have done. Cunha is maybe the lone man up top.
There's Fernandez. Koulibaly moves it out to Cucurella. 25 minutes to go here, 1-0 to Wolves. Koulibaly goes back to Kepa, under pressure from Cunha, clears it away. James couldn't get the touch though, Fernandez did. Up to Sterling on halfway, laid off for Gallagher. Gallagher can lead the break here, players in good position for Chelsea. Gallagher's done well to find Sterling. Felix wants it played in the middle. Sterling into the penalty area, cut back for Conor Gallagher, who hit it straight at Totti, who was in the right position. Probably not the right pass there from Sterling. Felix was the ball.
Felt maybe the cross could have come across earlier. In the end, they get bodies back, Wolves, and he's gone for a safety in the edge of the box, cutting it back for Conor Gallagher, walked onto it, and what numbers back. Better from Chelsea, moving the ball through the midfield is something that we've not really seen. That's nice.
Here's Pulisic. Pulisic's got Gallagher in a great position again. Gallagher's fouled by Totti, is he? No, referee says it was a fair challenge. Pulisic's picked up the ball. He needs some help. Back to goal. He's charged off it by Hwang. It goes out for a Chelsea throw, 10 yards up from the corner flag, right-hand side. 1-0, but Blues pressing hard.
Yeah, and I've mentioned Conor Gallagher's name more and more as this game developed. Really good break away from the challenge of Lima. And the cross, Sterling's on the right. He's got Felix in the middle, and he thinks about the cross and hesitates. Then the chance is gone. Then he's got to cut the ball back to the edge of the box. That's well run, you know, by Felix. By Enzo. Chelsea asking loads and loads of questions, but not really getting into those key areas where you can get yourself a shot on target at the moment.
James has got a throw in level with the edge of the Wolves penalty area, right-hand side. Finds Kovacic in space. Kovacic to Felix, who can't control. Gallagher almost managed to make something of it. And Gallagher's going to get a booking for that, which seems very, very harsh to me. It was a fair challenge for the ball, but anyway, yellow card for Conor Gallagher.
There's a few yellow cards coming out now. This game is becoming a bit tetchy. Let's have a look here. It's a booking. It's nothing more than that. It's at the very worst. Dawson wins the ball cleanly. He comes through. Conor Gallagher says there's minimal contact, but day game.
Triple substitution coming up for Chelsea, maybe because they've only had one shot on target so far in the match. Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang might be able to do something about that. He's coming on for Joao Felix. We're also going to see Ben Chilwell and Mykhailo Mudryk. Sterling is another who gives way. So Aubameyang's first appearance since he got a couple of minutes at Spurs at the back end of February. Cucurella, unsurprisingly, is the player who's gone off for Chilwell.
The booking would have made, you made the point earlier, Matt, the booking would have made that a slightly easier one, but Frank has really rolled the dice now, hasn't he?
Midway point of the second half. So 4 of the 5 committed changes made. Can Chelsea get an equaliser? Who knows, maybe even a winner thereafter in this game. Coming together between Hwang and Reece James meanwhile. Gallagher trying to win the ball back in midfield. James missed his touch first time round, but Fofana's going to be there to get this back to Kepa. Kepa being closed down, but can first time play it up to halfway, straight onto the head of Totti though. And then touched by Hwang, but it's going to come back through for Kepa again.
Not too far away from 70 minutes, and we know how quickly the clock can move when it's CR7, and they're trying to link up play there with Aubameyang crowded out very tight on the edge of their box, sorry, in the midfield area. Conor Gallagher really involved in this second half.
There's Pulisic driving forward, but eventually tackled out of it by Totti. Aubameyang pressing hard to try and win the ball back. Dawson gets it away. Aubameyang, I mean, he's got a point to prove, hasn't he? And by the way, Brighton are not winning at Spurs. VAR ruled that goal out.
It's a great ball from Enzo into Pulisic. Very tight again on the edge of the box. They've got those numbers there. Nice and narrow back four. Players dropping. It's been like that all game.
Over comes a cross in toward Aubameyang. And his header goes wide. Was there a touch there from a Wolves man? That's a goal kick.
Yeah, Semedo tracks the run and just puts his body up alongside him. It's not a clean header. It's a good run from Aubameyang. Reece is on that right side inverted. It's a good run, picks him out, but he can't quite wrap his head around it, and Semedo makes sure that any power or anything he's going to get there, he's got his body up alongside, just takes the power of that header away from him. But an encouraging sign.
Newcastle now 3-1 up at Brentford. Callum Wilson scored.
They are on fire at the moment, Newcastle.
Heading for the Champions League by the looks of things.
Yeah, almost certainly you would have thought.
20 minutes plus stoppages to go at Molineux. Wolves 1, Chelsea 0. That goal from Nunez just after the half hour still separates the teams. There's Gallagher trying to get Mudryk involved. Mudryk was fouled by a combination of two Wolves players.
Yeah, his pace got that foul. And no right really to get between the pair of them. They both missed the ball, both clatter Mudryk.
It's Fofana inside the centre circle on the ball. Back to Koulibaly. Aubameyang playing one round the corner, looking for the run of Mudryk, but Sar's going to be able to get there first for Wolves and take it back into his penalty area.
Yeah, he's come off there. It's not the worst ball that, you know, from Aubameyang. It's not the greatest, but it wasn't going out of play. You know, as that ball goes in, there's got to be, that's where you do work on the training ground. The ball goes into Aubameyang. He then just helps it on in behind the fullback, and you're looking and hoping that someone reads the ball or anticipates. Mudryk was the one. Not a great ball there from Kepa, who's given the possession away.
Hwang's got it left-hand side, crossing to the middle, looking for Cunha, cleared away by Koulibaly. So Chelsea gone to full 2-3-1 now. Mudryk and Pulisic with Aubameyang as the central striker. Gallagher pushed on a little bit more as well, maybe.
Enzo's definitely sitting where in front of that back four, if you like. That's well nicked. Oh, Aubameyang couldn't quite bring it under his spell.
Wolves have got it back, right-hand side. Ball played down the line by Nunez for Cunha. Cunha up against Koulibaly, goes round him into the penalty area, cross straight into Kepa. Still time for Chelsea to get something from this game, but it is starting to tick by now. 72 minutes gone, 1-0 to Wolves.
Yeah, he's on that right-hand side. Koulibaly comes, plays the ball round, continues his run. Fofana comes across, doesn't win the ball, but in the end, Kepa, ball goes into Kepa's hands, and Wolves up. And a bit of joy on this right-hand side at the moment. Mudryk going back, defensively doing his job. It comes off, ricochets behind for a Wolves corner.
Mudryk got the touch. Cunha tries to lift the support behind that goal to get Wolves over the line here. Of course, it would be a massive victory for them, especially with Forest and Leicester both losing at the moment. Wolves would be able to shoot up to 12th. They'd be only a place behind Chelsea if everything stays the way it is. Corner to be taken by João Moutinho. In it comes, headed away at the near post by Reece James. With Moutinho again, right-hand side. And then Nunez swings across, which is headed away by Kovacic.
Gallagher does ever so well there, wins the ball. Ball bounce, one of those balls that bounces up, it favours the attacking player, but Wolves have managed to beat the offside trap.
Here's Hwang inside the penalty area. Good defending from Wesley Fofana. Manages to win it back and get it to Kepa, who clears away. It's going to come right back from whence it came. Here's Totti, left-hand side, under pressure from Fernandes. Did brilliantly, put his foot in to win it. And then the ball goes out for a Chelsea throw. Gallagher wants to restart play quickly, but he's going to have to wait because there's going to be another substitution here.
Yeah, just look at the shape of the team there. Enzo's definitely sitting the deeper. Might be a 4-1-4-1, you know, just trying to look at where Mudryk is. Mudryk is out on this left-hand side. He is where Felix was. Aubameyang down the middle.
Double substitution for Wolves. Adama Traore and Paulo Sarabia are the two players who are coming off. Cunha is one of those who's gone off. Traore, as we know, can be special on his day.
He's one of the quickest players I've ever seen with a ball at his feet. He goes 0 to rapid in very little time.
Cunha getting a good ovation as he leaves the scene. Sarabia, January signing from PSG. It's the other man to come on. It was Mario Lemina, who was the other player who was withdrawn there.
He's done all right, Lemina, you know.
He was one of those who was on a yellow card.
Yes, he was. It always makes it slightly easier for the manager, especially when you're digging in, you know. At the 15 to go, I was a bit worried, wasn't I, earlier about Cucurella giving away a couple of silly free kicks. And Pulisic done well there. He's held up the ball. Oh, it's not a great ball from Koulibaly. Hardly mentioned Chilwell's name, you know.
I'm sure he's touched the ball since he's come on.
I'm sure he has there, really. But, better ball. It's not a difficult pass. A better ball, and he's in. Or I think it's a Chelsea ball, you know. The linesman's right there, but he's given it Wolves' way. And those substitutions have not really had the impact that Frank would have hoped. Wolves have kind of stemmed the flow, so that Chelsea were getting in.
Here's Semedo. Crosses into the penalty area. Fofana got a toe to it. Back up to the edge of the Chelsea box. Fernandes got his head to it. And Chilwell did likewise.
It's scrappy at the back, isn't it? Kind of be careful. Yeah, second favourite to get the ball, and he's squeezed in as Connor does, 100 miles an hour. That's well played.
Ball played out to the left wing to allow Wolves to try and launch another attack. Here's Fofana. Having to dance around the ball, eventually got it away from Sarabia, who fouled him, I think, and Fofana has now gone down holding his foot. It was a worry given the injuries he's had in his early Chelsea career.
It looked like an impact injury, didn't it? Kepa's holding his hands out there, and it's on his... Fofana could have done it a little bit earlier, held on to the ball a little bit too long for my liking, if I'm honest. Could have dealt with it earlier. Ball caught under his feet. I think the pass to Kepa can go back a little bit earlier than it did. In the end, it's on his left foot as well. You know your goalkeeper, perhaps. He's right-footed. Give the ball on his right foot, safe foot.
Cross comes into the Chelsea penalty area. Poor one from Totti, goes behind for a goal kick.
We've got 13 plus whatever the ref decides to add on, and the last 5 or 6 minutes, I have to say, Wolves have got themselves back on an even keel because Chelsea were the dominant side. Subs that Chelsea have made. Haven't really seen Mudryk, haven't seen Ben Chilwell over that halfway line yet. Matt either.
Here's Koulibaly. Kovacic plays it into Fofana. Fofana now with Moutinho in front of him. Fofana's okay, by the way. Here's Koulibaly. Kovacic working it back to Fofana.
Nice touch.
Got away with a poor touch there. Fofana lifted it over the head of the Wolves player. He was being fouled as well while it happened.
Let's go back to what the shape of our side is. It looks like it could be a 4-1-4-1 with Enzo just sitting deeper and Kovra and Connor slightly higher with Pulisic one side and Mudryk the other. Maybe it's one thing's for sure, Conor Gallagher's playing as high up the pitch as he possibly can in giving the ball away again. Reece has picked it up and crowding out. Brilliant from Wolves. Really, you know, let's give them some credit. They're getting bodies around the ball, squeezing. You know, no one's getting a second's rest. They're closing down, really working hard, getting bodies, got as many bodies goal side as they possibly can, not allowing Chelsea passing what we did against Liverpool. You know, especially in the opening hour or so of that game.
Here's Kovacic. Goes out to Chilwell, immediately gives it back to Kovacic. Aubameyang gets a touch. Going to work it through for Mudryk, but between them, Chilwell and Semedo sort that out and put it out for a throw.
Yeah, just clear your lines. That's what that's about. Pass from Aubameyang wasn't quite on point, and this, I wonder, with Chalobah coming on, whether there's going to be. No, it's a straight swap for Fofana. I wonder whether that knock has forced Frank's hand with Wednesday in mind.
So Trevor Chalobah, we haven't seen since the Everton game before the break, comes on in the final Chelsea change of the day.
Chalobah just slots in where Fofana is, and Reece is playing high, playing like a wing-back. Haven't seen.
Pulisic done very little since his introduction, and he's barged off the ball easily there by Gomez, but Gomez then gives it away, as does Fernandes. Really low quality game this for most of it. Koulibaly's on the chase now against Adama Traore, manages to shepherd him away from goal. There's a little kick out but no foul. Mudryk has managed to win it back. Mudryk on halfway, or he surely was caught there, and that ought to be a foul.
Brilliantly well, Mudryk. Koulibaly there's done well, you know, up against Adama Traore, who's a quick ball, one of the quickest, as I said, and he matches him. He gets his body up there alongside him, making sure that he can't get in behind him, forces him backwards, and between him and Chilwell, win the ball. Mudryk has then come back. Lovely piece of skill. The free kick is given away.
Here's Pulisic, right-hand side. Halfway inside Wolves' half, 1-0 to the home side, inside the final 10 minutes now.
Yeah, forced inside every time that one at the moment. It's just a hopeful ball. No idea who that ball was for. And
ends up in the gloves of Jose Sarr via Semedo. Sarr is in no rush to release this. Up to the edge of his penalty area before he thumped it upfield. Straight to Chilwell, who gives it back to Kepa. Chelsea had a bit of a huff and a puff at the start of this half.
Yeah, that's been it, I'm afraid.
One shot on target. We're in the 81st minute of the game.
Falls backwards, having too many touches on the ball from they're playing again Wolves.
Kepa's got the ball at his feet, out to Chalobah. Here's Koulibaly. Fernandes then pings one forward, looking for James, who can't bring that under control. It goes out of play. And this has been a pretty miserable afternoon so far. And there's not much sign of it changing in the closing stages. Just seeing the shot of the Chelsea supporters who've made the journey up here with just some sort of positivity to cling on to. Otherwise, it's going to be a long night at the Bernabeu on Wednesday. towards Hwang here, left-hand side up against Koulibaly. Again, excellent challenge from Koulibaly. He has had a good game.
Yeah, what I didn't want to see though is my two centre-halves swapping over. Koulibaly's got in front of Chalobah's. It's past your runners across. You don't really want to see Koulibaly on the right and Chalobah having to tuck in and protect his mate the other side.
Here's Pulisic, brings it down nicely right-hand side. Got away from Semedo, ran straight into Gomez. Easily cleared away. So happy to just retain possession rather than try and get over halfway. Here's João Moutinho for them. Sarabia plays it back into Moutinho's path. He is now advancing forward. Gets it back from Hwang. Moutinho trying to get around Koulibaly, who wasn't falling for that. Here's Mudryk. Mudryk nudged off the ball and then touched out a play for a Chelsea throw just over halfway.
Koulibaly, how many times have we seen Koulibaly 1v1 defending? It's too many times. You know, it can happen in games, but maybe 7 or 8 times it's happened in this match where Koulibaly's left 1v1.
Here's Kovacic. It's that left-hand side for Chilwell.
Chilwell's been as high up in possession since he's come on.
Rare touch for Aubameyang, but he was back to goal near halfway. Here's Gallagher. He's overrun it, managed to give it to Koulibaly.
Yeah, and they just got the shape up. They really nice shape about the Wolves. Forcing Chelsea back, not allowing Chelsea to turn on the ball, allowing anyone. Enzo's got it, and he's passed the ball into cover. And very little space in which to turn. They don't run with the ball. Pass, lovely run from Reece. The pass is perfect. It is.
Fernandes and James can cross it into the middle for Aubameyang. Oh, and a real chance. Is there a penalty there? Pulisic goes down. Chelsea appeal, nothing given for now. First sniff of goal for Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang there.
It's a brilliant ball into Reece James on that right-hand side. He makes the overlapping run, cuts it across. Aubameyang arrives, and it's just blocked out again defensively. Wolves have done really well. Get bodies back. Pulisic goes down. It's not a penalty. Not a penalty.
James' cutback was through the legs of Totti. It came for Aubameyang. First time shot blocked brilliantly by Dawson. Then Pulisic was in there, and he was more interested in trying to win a penalty than get the shot away.
Just got out-muscled, didn't he?
Well, Craig Dawson's been hurt in making that goal-saving intervention. That's why play hasn't restarted yet.
A little bit of experience, methinks. There's just over 5 minutes left on the clock.
And as it stands, Chelsea are heading for defeat. Having no wins in 4. Taken 15 points from 14 games in 2023 before today. And really, we cannot wait for this season, certainly in the Premier League, to finish now. Jose Sarr's got the ball in his hands. Again, he comes right to the edge of his penalty area. He takes a risk when he does that, but he managed to stay the right side of the line. As he kicked it away from his hands. Here's Hwang, right-hand side near the corner flag with Koulibaly for company. Koulibaly put his foot in, it's out for a Wolves throw.
He's done all right, Koulibaly, actually. There's just that one chance that Kenya's just had that shot where he just skipped away from him, but largely, actually, he's defended pretty well.
Over comes across from Totti. Chalobah gets his head to it. Now Kovacic trying to bring it away. Kovacic wins a free kick. Gomez stops it being taken quickly. There's a yellow card coming out for somebody, I think. Is there? Referee digging into his pocket.
I wonder whether Gomez might have got a yellow card, you know, because he stopped the free kick, but the referee...
Have actually been Kovacic for something he said to the referee. We'll clear that up as soon as we can. Here's Koulibaly. He clears it long into Mudryk. That's a good ball. Mudryk inside the penalty area, nudged off it by Dawson.
Brilliant defending. Brilliant defending from Dawson. Knows he can't. He's not the beaten for pace. Oh, he's done well there, you know. Cover.
Tried to roll it back for Gallagher. Gallagher has got it, left-hand side near the dead ball line. Gallagher works it into Chilwell. Chilwell can cross here, played it straight against Semedo, behind for a Chelsea corner.
All of a sudden there's like half chances that you might get in behind. Some defensive work for Wolves down. These points aren't secure yet.
It was Kovacic who got booked a minute ago, by the way. 87.5 minutes gone, still 1-0 to Wolves. Spurs now lead Brighton 2-1. Harry Kane has scored there. James with the Chelsea corner straight into the gloves of Jose Sarr, who had no one around him as he grabbed that.
Too much height, not enough whip. It's easy. Let's goalkeeping practice that.
Got the free kick.
I have to say, I think this is incredibly generous.
50-50 challenge with Wang.
If it was the other way round, Matt, I would be booing. I don't think this is a free kick. I'll have to see it again. No, not for me. Not for me. Koulibaly commits himself, comes up against Wang. Wang, as I said to you earlier when he come off, he's a strong boy physically, uses those shoulders, he's got broad shoulder, uses it really well. Koulibaly commits himself, and in doing so, I don't think Wang's done anything wrong, but look, we get the free kick. So if that was a Aubameyang up against Dawson, I would not be happy.
Well, we've had a flurry of substitutions, so we might get 4, maybe even 5 minutes of stoppage time here. We'll find out soon enough. But I'm afraid, folks, it's another one of those days where you feel like Chelsea could play all day and they wouldn't get a goal.
Yeah, and the 4-4-2 shape, they played it absolutely perfect. And Koulibaly getting caught in possession, forced all the way back to Kepa. A few more seconds have been chewed up. They played it brilliantly. They played it brilliantly, Wolves.
Out to James, just over halfway. Got Gallagher infield if he wants to make the pass. Gave it to Fernandes instead. Fernandes then out to Pulisic, right-hand side. Pulisic infield for Gallagher. Not an easy one to control. He won't get there second time round. Gallagher. Oh, he's on a foul given
Got to be
against
careful.
him.
It could be off, you know. Got to be careful. Got to be very careful. Oh, dearie me. He's
Joao Gomez, who's down.
Oh, the referee. It could have been, Matt, a second yellow this.
Just get the chance to see it again. He's challenging for it with Gomez. It probably should be a second yellow, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it's a second yellow for me, that one. He's gone to kick the ball and he stuck his leg in between him. I think he's got the benefit of the doubt there, Matt.
Not popular around here. A spell at West Brom. We do have 5 minutes of stoppage time here. Lower tier of the stand opposite the main camera is populated by Chelsea supporters, probably 3,000-4,000 of them. They haven't been given much to cheer. Lots of emotion around this game. Same old Chelsea this season, unfortunately, so far. Aubameyang challenging, couldn't get there. Pulisic did. Here's Aubameyang inside the centre circle, just inside his own half. Trying to find Fernandes right-hand side. Sliding in goes Totti to win the ball back. Throw in taken quickly. Here's Pulisic. Break for Pulisic again. As it Wolves wanted handball there, but play going on. Totti's got it. Left-hand side.
Both hands, you know. I think Reece did, and then.
Kovacic has done well to win it back. Here's Gallagher, edge of the box. Finds Mudryk, in for Aubameyang. Laid off first time for the shot from Chilwell. Approach play was beautiful. The finish was wild and wasteful.
Haven't had many chances this second half. Nice little 1 and 2 touch. Lays back in. Yeah, he's snatched. He snatched at it. Put too much on it. Just get good contact. Kind of come to him a little bit quickly, maybe as well, Matt. Totti's played well, you know. He's on their left-hand side, full back. They've been really good, Wolves. It's hard for me to say this, but we've not deserved to win this game, I'm afraid. And in terms of organisation and shape, they've got it right today. They've got it right.
We've got 3 minutes still to go of stoppage time, but Wolves closing in on just a second win in 8. final substitution next time the ball goes dead, but for now they're on the attack with Hwang. Fernandes tackles him. Came out for Kovacic. Here's Gallagher now. Gallagher can break over halfway. Mudrik's making a run for him down the left. Here's Mudrik. Tackled out of it by the match winner. Still.
It's rolled there, Kovac brings the ball down. Wolves again just building on the ball, closing down. They've got legs and energy. Still, those points aren't secure. This is a massive 3 points in their Premier League survival, if they are to survive.
Here's Fernandes, space right side for James. Comes his way now, engaged by Totti, level with the edge of the box. James trying to find some room for a cross. He did, but only hit Kilman with it. And then João Moutinho slashed one back into his own penalty area. Headed away as far as Fernandes. Chilwell's touched then for Koulibaly. Gallagher wants it and gets it inside left position near the edge of the box. Plays it down the line for Chilwell, inside the penalty area, across the face of goal. Oh dear, Aubameyang and Pulisic were both in the 6-yard box. Neither could apply the finishing touch.
Nothing wrong with the cross, nothing wrong with the build-up play. It takes the time to get out on this left-hand side. Conor Gallagher just rolls it into him. Someone's got to buy a tick, someone's got to gamble. Aubameyang on his heels, get towards that far post, it's a tap-in. Brilliant ball in, across the face of goal. It's the best cross we've had on this left-hand side all game.
Here comes the change there. The match winner, Matías Núñez, is going off. And for the final few seconds will come on Nathan Collins, the centre half. Núñez, well, he might well be injured, but he might be trying to buy some time. He's not able to leave the pitch at the moment.
What's happened here? He's doubled over. Look at the winning goal again. It's a goal that's actually is good enough to win any game of football. It's a brilliant strike.
It was going to take a moment of brilliance or a mistake, wasn't it? Because it's not like Wolves have peppered Kepa's goal since then.
No, but tactically, what was set out has been achieved. There's some discomfort here.
Yeah, he might be set for a long spell on the sidelines. Kovacic wants him to get off, but he can't do it of his own volition. So we're going to have added time to the added time. Well, you'd be surprised if he's available for the next game against Brentford here on Saturday. Matías Núñez. He goes off. And when we resume, we'll have a couple of minutes, maybe still to go. Collins on for him. Núñez still hasn't quite made his way off the pitch yet. He's been helped by two of Wolves' medical staff. We start with the Wolves throw by the corner flag as they defend, left-hand side. Totti with the ball in his hands. Here's Chalobah. Got to go into the box now from Chelsea, but it's back on halfway with Koulibaly. Now Kepa will smack his boot through it, looking for Mudrik left-hand side. Collins won the header against him. It's come for Chilwell. Chilwell's back heel into Kovacic. Kovacic trying to roll away from João Moutinho. It's a good ball for James, right-hand side. This is it, last chance for Chelsea. James into the penalty area looking for Aubameyang, headed away by Dawson. Kovacic managed to get something to it. Here's James again. James trying to bring it under control. It's broken for Pulisic. Pulisic across the face of goal. Oh, it's spooned awkwardly off the boot of Gomez, and Sarr had to pour it away from underneath his own goal line. Here's Chilwell left-hand side, pushed over by Adama Traoré. No free kick. Handball by Chilwell, who fell on the ball.
Well, we've looked as dangerous as we have all game actually in these last closing stages. The cross from Chilwell on the left-hand side, and this time it's on the right-hand side. Ball comes across, it's spooned away. Well, the referee's decided it's not a free kick. If that's the case, then well, this is it. It's over. Frank's return has not been a great one, I'm afraid. Looking ahead to Wednesday night.
Through your fingers.
If it's if it's going to be like this, Matt, it's going to be a very, very long night in Madrid, you would have thought.
Jose Sarr launches it skyward. The referee's not looking at his watch at the moment. It's going to go straight out of play, that from Sarr. Chelsea throw in their left-back position, but there's surely no time to get the ball up the field now. Chilwell trying to do that, up toward Gallagher.